Holy shit!
Oh my god, it's so bright. Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. That thing looks freaking crazy. Rewind.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes! Yes! $69!
That's a lot of damage.
I'm gonna aim so far above his head.
Rewind.
I don't have superpowers yet, do I? Oh, he's got big eyes. Wait, superpowers! Do it. One shot him. Oh my god, you did. Wait, you one shot Bolt.
Rewind.
Yo guys. Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys. Yo guys. Yo guys, what is up? Yo guys. 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 Yo guys.
That's a lot of damage.
Yo guys, sorry about that. I'm here. My bad. How we doing? Welcome to another stream. We've got a very cool
That's a lot
showcase
of
to watch
damage.
today.
You.
Boom, 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 boom. It starts in 6 minutes. He forgot he started stream. No. I just had to... I did the countdown and then I had to go do some stuff. Boom, boom, boom. This is the New Game Plus showcase. It's a brand new showcase being led by creators, I believe. And they're showing off the Cube, which is like currently my most anticipated game of 2026. They're doing a bunch of other games too. They're doing Crimson Desert, Warhammer 40k, The Blood of Dawnwalker, The Expanse, Osiris Reborn, Shadow of the Road, Atomic Heart Tube, The Cube, Dino Blade, Towerborn, and Grounded 2. So it should be pretty sick. This is not sponsored. No, I just really wanted to watch this. I'm very, very excited for The Cube. I've been dying for The Cube news. Hopefully, it looks sick. Because boy, does the looter shooter genre need it. Shut up, aggro. Sounds like a banger showcase. It should be. I mean, if anything, I'm excited for Crimson Desert and the Cube.
Marathon is a more fun game than Arc Raiders. PC or console? PC. PC.
We're gonna watch this on my other monitor, just because this one crashes pretty often. Oh, by the way, I figured out the issue, the computer issue, and I am
mouse and keyboard.
Gonna be using
Mouse and
loaner
Depends
from
for what.
Zydax.
Controller.
Seems to be a faulty CPU again.
Single player or multiplayer?
Single player. Multiplayer.
Single player.
Multiplayer.
Single player.
Single player.
Competitive or casual?
Competitive. Casual.
Casual.
Next.
Call of Duty or Battlefield?
Battlefield.
Battlefield.
You bastard. Battlefield.
Call of Duty.
Ugh.
Counter-Strike or Valorant?
Valorant. Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
Apex or
That's the
Fortnite?
one to do it.
Apex. Fortnite.
I can't gritty with Master Chief and Apex, so we'll go Fortnite.
Whatever.
Overwatch or Marvel?
Tell you you're wrong. You're not wrong.
Marvel Rivals. Did you say neither or neither?
King, thanks for the
Iowa.
10 months. Reflect, thank you for the
Neither?
61 months. Lucky Luke, thank you for the 67 months. Kirby, thank you for the 7 months. And Chronic, thank you for the 16 months. Appreciate that.
Neither.
Marvel Rivals.
Ooh. That's a good one. Mmm.
Luke
Like,
Stevens. Yep.
release Overwatch?
Arc Raiders or Escape from Tarkov?
How's
Arc
volume?
Raiders.
Is the vid loud or just me? I
Arc
was about to
Raiders.
ask. Do you need
Arc
it? Do you
Raiders.
want to turn down?
Escape from Dukov.
Grand Theft Auto or Red Dead Redemption?
Red Dead
Turn
Redemption.
the vid down a little bit.
Red Dead Redemption.
Red Dead Redemption, Arthur.
How's that?
Mmm. Red Dead.
Elden Ring or Sekiro?
Elden Ring. Elden Ring.
I haven't played Sekiro, but I'm gonna go
Iron New
Elden Ring.
Looter Shooter.
Both.
That's what we're
Dark
here
Souls or
for.
Bloodborne?
The Cube.
Bloodborne. Guys, what should I answer? Dark Souls.
Dark Souls.
There's been one advert
sorry,
for the
Bloodborne.
Cube
Change my mind.
before. It's being made by the team that made Atomic Heart.
Would you choose which children you love more? Oh.
Arcade shooters or tactical shooters?
Tactical
I've
shooters.
played
Tactical
a
shooters.
fair bit of Division
Arcade
2,
shooters.
but I never got
What?
like crazy
Battle
into it.
Royale
Probably have a few
or
hundred
Warzone?
hours.
Battle Royale. Battle Royale.
Battle Royale.
Baldur's Gate 3 or Expedition 33?
Baldur's Gate 3.
It's called The Cube.
BG3.
Expedition 33.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Witcher 3 or Cyberpunk?
The Witcher 3. The Witcher.
The greatest game of all time, The Witcher 3.
Yes. Both.
Yo, did you see that The Witcher 3 is
Witcher.
apparently getting an
Skyrim or
expansion?
Fallout. Oh my.
Isn't that
Fallout.
insane?
Fallout.
We were talking about what games to play this
Ooh.
month. Maybe we would do a Witcher 3
Morrowind.
playthrough. I've never played.
And Fallout
Well, that's not
New
true. I
Vegas.
played like 4
Mass
hours of
Effect
The Witcher
Dragon
3.
Mass
I never
Effect.
played again.
Dragon Age.
Mass Effect.
But yeah, Witcher 3 is apparently confirmed
Effect.
by
Palworld
leakers
or Pokemon?
that it's getting an expansion that's going to
Palworld.
tie in from
Palworld.
Witcher 3 to Witcher 4.
I don't want to get a cease and desist, so I'll say Pokemon.
Power World. Depends. Vaporeon? No, don't put that. Don't put that.
Super Mario or Sonic?
What an informative
Super
video.
Mario.
This is the
Super
lead up
Mario
to the
Bros.
showcase. It's
Super
got
Mario.
a minute left. Sorry.
Sonic.
Destiny or Warframe?
Can we watch the Borderlands
Warframe.
film? What
Destiny
Borderlands
2.
film?
Warframe.
Diablo or Path of Exile?
Path of Exile.
Diablo.
No, you can do that to me. What the hell?
Path of Exile. What is
man.
this?
Diablo is my childhood. Path of Exile is a lot better now. Ah.
Breath of the Wild or Ocarina of Time?
Breath of the Wild.
Ooh. I have a long story about Ocarina of Time. Pass.
Ocarina of Time.
Roguelikes or Metroidvanias?
Rogue.
Roguelikes. Roguelites.
Metroidvanias.
I love both. Roguelite? Metroidvanias? Castlevania.
Achievement hunting
That's a
or
lot of damage.
Multiple playthroughs.
Did they confirm there's new Looter Shooter
Multiple
showcase here?
playthroughs?
Yes. Yeah, the Cube.
Achievement hunting.
It looks like
People
an
who
MMO
only
looter
play
shooter.
games for achievements are so low on my totem pole. What was this? Sorry.
Mr. Ben Diesel, look at the Twitch Prime. Appreciate that.
or multiple playthroughs?
Multiple playthroughs.
Is there a fast forward button? There's 6 seconds left.
Sorry.
Isn't this show like 3 hours long? Is it? I have no idea. There's been like zero marketing or anything. I only heard about this from AP King, who typed in my chat yesterday that this was happening. Dragon flying game. Yo, what was that dragon flying game for PS3? Does anyone remember what I'm talking about? It was like one of the first games you could play on PS3. Panzer? No. Spyro? No, not Spyro. Yeah, it was called Lair. You're right. No, the game was called Lair. It was a dragon flying game. That's all you did in the game is you flew dragons around. That's a crazy pull. Oh, that's that Dino Souls game. Wait, The Division is part of this? What? Is that Avowed? Yo, how many games are in this showcase? What's up, guys?
Welcome to the New Game Plus Game Showcase, a new initiative built by creators who love games for what they are and not just the games that pay to have them promoted. First up, I'm Hunter. I'm normally behind the camera across gaming and esports events, and I work on social accounts for a ton of different games. My favorite games of all time would probably be RuneScape, Dark Souls 3, Leaf Green, Black Ops 2, and Star Wars Battlefront 2. Then we have Jake Lucky, kind of the point where gaming, esports, and streamers collide. If you look at him for too long, you'll start to wonder why his neck is so long, and if you look at his Twitter for too long, you'll wonder how much Nadeshot paid him to tweet clips of him every single day. His favorite games of all time are RuneScape, Age of Empires 2, Halo Infinite, Jumpstart Adventures with Bodley, and CSGO. Next up, Luality. A streamer with a hatred of spoons and a love for dragon sex, Lua probably has more personality than the rest of us in her pinky. Her favorite games include Baldur's Gate 3, Cyberpunk 2077, XCOM 2, Witcher 3, and Mass Effect. Then, Luke Stevens, the mind of a critic with the heart of a fan. Luke breaks down games to their DNA and really looks at everything a game has to offer. Where our brains might be smooth, his is nice and wrinkled. His favorite games of all time are Elden Ring, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Last of Us, Witcher 3, and Batman Arkham City.
Ooh,
the fifth and final in-person member this year is I Am Rob. Rob came from the hell of making Call of Duty videos to the other hell of platinuming games. His favorite games of all time are Witcher 3, Halo 3, Batman Arkham City, X-Men Legends, and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. Not to be confused with Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 or Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. Then our final member is Blue Thunder, the man who is always spotlighting the next hidden gem before anyone else sees it coming. He just had a beautiful second child that luckily takes after his wife, so he's not here in person, but was a major part of the showcase. His favorite games of all time are Resident Evil 2, Silent Hill 2, Elden Ring, The Last of Us, and Metal Gear Solid 2.
Together, we're pressing into how we think game showcases should feel. Conversational, authentic, and transparent.
We are here to celebrate what actually excites us. Incredible worlds, creative devs, and stories behind those games that we love so much.
There's no paid placements, no marketing scripts, just pure passion and excitement for what's coming up in gaming.
You can expect a wide range of content, including new trailers, fresh gameplay, developer interviews, behind-the-scenes content, and even some updates to your favorite games.
So sit back, grab your drink of choice, and let's dive into some of the games that we think are worth your attention. This is the New Game Plus Game Showcase.
Yeah, also, who picked the name?
New Game.
It's a work in progress.
Wait, what's the name of it?
New Game Plus shows the showcase.
New plus the game plus the showcase.
Have we trademarked that yet? Because I don't.
Oh, God.
Well, we have cups.
We
That's
already
most of it.
got the cups.
Sick name.
The cups are done, dude.
We might have to cut our losses.
There's no changing it up.
Cheers.
Perfect.
I like it.
It's great. All right, guys, so first up, we have 3 awesome games. We have Blind Descent coming from Owlcat. We have Deep Dish Dungeon coming from Behold and Raw Fury, as well as an exclusive interview with the Don Walker creative director.
I'm swapping to a loner and Amara, and my CPU is dead. Blind Descent. That's interesting. Can't trust opinions of people of COD and their favorite game list. Hey, Modern Warfare 2 is an era. Move your cursor. My cursor. I don't think I can.
Must be here somewhere.
The blood
A
of
Dawnwalker is
Dawnwalker.
like a special kind of being in our IP. It's neither a fully a vampire nor a human. It's something in between. What this means is basically that you, as a Dawnwalker, you
What
have
franchise is
underwent
this?
a transformation. You
The
used
blood
to
of
be human.
Dawnwalker?
And now, during the nighttime, you do get all the powers and the difficulties of being a vampire. So you get the blood craving and so on. But during daytime, these powers are dormant and you still have to eat. You have all the weaknesses of a human, right? But also the perks of being human. One of the things that is unique to humans in our IP is being able to use magic, so casting spells. The Dawnwalkers are not very commonplace in that IP. They are very, very rare, rarer than vampires. So you as a Dawnwalker are kind of special in this regard. I would say the short-term things that have immediate impact on the character development are you have to feed on, you know, either animals or humans on blood suddenly, right? So you get these cravings, you get these like weird, eerie experiences that you didn't have as a human. Brancis and his clique of vampires actually caught him on his low
Tired of
point
vampire
when he was
and
vulnerable.
zombies.
He
What?
has used a specific traits of vampiric blood in order to cement his position in the valley. Because, you know, as you might imagine, having a bloodsucker as your lord might be a tough sell. However, if the alternative is getting sick and, you know,
Very
dying
bit
in thousands, actually it doesn't sound as such a horrible thing. He tries to kind of distort the religious beliefs in order to install himself as a savior of the valley. We do explore this in the game, so you might see, like, for example, statues erected to Brancis, new iconography shown in the local cathedral, for example. and in the castle and so on. There is this whole cult of personality he builds around himself. So he basically shows himself as something better than the old order, right? We do have a mechanic tied to shrines that are erected across the valley, and Brensis takes a lot of puts a lot of attention to kind of twist them to his own image. And these do have a functionality. When you play the game, we have assigned specific functions to them. Generally speaking, one of the things we wanted to
The only thing we've gotten for it is a trailer that was a few months ago. Hopefully this is an actual gameplay showcase.
In a lot of games, the antagonists are out there to be defeated.
They're also doing Warhammer 40K during this.
You do your own thing, and it doesn't really, change much in how they approach you.
Crimson Desert and a bunch of other games.
What we wanted to do is to have Brensis react to your actions as you, complete different activities throughout the valley, as you maybe undermine his operations and so on.
It's kind of like his seal of approval.
Exactly. So it's like, so basically the way you can think about it is like the more you do in the valley, especially if you undermine Brensis, you will gain notoriety.
This looks cool, but I feel like they're showcasing the way they're talking about the game is for people that already know exactly what this is or what it's about.
So for example,
I do not.
He might send out more soldiers to patrol roads and villages, right? He might, in some extreme cases, maybe even initiate a lockdown of the city to basically hamper your ways of traversing it, right? There is a number of these edicts we have prepared, and each of them is designed to kind of twist and
30
change
months, appreciate that.
The general open world gameplay.
Hi, revealing, how you doing?
There are factions in the valley that dislike Brensis, so the more notoriety you gain, the better standing with them you get, like they actually like that. There is a number of plot lines that you can follow if you want. You can also cut them off because we have added these systems where, for example, you might lose control over Cohen when he's a vampire.
I like that movement.
If he was hungry. You might kill off some important NPCs, and then the plot line just cuts off basically, or you get some alternative version. There are some ways to enter the castle in the open world. You can ignore these side plot lines. You can level up Cohen and decide to attack the castle on your own, right?
Out of curiosity, is there romance in the game?
Romance, yes, of course. We do have romance options, yes.
Are there romance?
We didn't delve deep into with whom yet.
Okay.
And, I'll leave that for the future to talk about. However, yes, you can expect to build relationships with characters. Like I said, there is one main goal, very varying ways to get to it. These different ways that you pick
I'm gonna try
impact,
swapping to their YouTube or their Twitch stream because it looks kind of bit-ratey to me.
I think, I really recommend
on Twitch.
Games today. So I think it all comes down to what the ultimate depth of the game is.
It looks clear.
But I also, my first thought when I saw Martian Land was No Man's Sky. That's obviously maybe a reach for expectation-wise, and then definitely a tall task. But when I heard Martian, I thought No Man's Sky-esque.
Like you said, a lot of survival games, but I think it's popular right now, and I'm hopeful that a lot of them do it right. But this is going underneath Mars and has aliens. It looks interesting. I like it.
I'm intrigued about the variety of ecosystems and aliens and plants that they bring up.
Well, like you said, it's popular right now because people like them. And so they share a lot of things mechanically, but for me, it's usually the vibe. And this one has a vibe.
Yeah, it is a good vibe.
That's why I wonder how that gameplay loop goes. How far down can you go? What kind of biomes are you experiencing as you continue to go down? And like you said, with survivals, we see a lot of the same loops. So how can they?
Are there trees you can cut?
Yeah, again, we're gonna talk about it a lot, but if you can cut a tree down, I'm good for survival games. I'm at that point. I'm the target. I'm the target audience.
Then we have Deep Dish Dungeon, co-op dungeon crawling, a survival game, handcrafted dungeon. You gather resources, cook to strengthen your party. You can party up with friends. I'm excited for it.
Speaking of vibes, this thing is a vibe. I don't know what you'd call that art style, but whatever it is, injected into my veins.
Retro, right?
It's like pixel art, but then they also have some voxel type tech for digging and breaking things.
I love roguelike games.
Okay, so when Luke said voxel, that's big word count number 1 of the day. When I see that, I'm very basic. I'm like, that's got to be some form of pixel art, which is definitely coming back. I feel like we're seeing more games kind of pull back that old Minecraft pixel art, whatever you want to call it, voxel. view.
I will be honest with you guys. While you guys are talking about pixels, I'm thinking I hope I can kill my teammates in funny ways. So sure, we'll go for the pixels.
Yeah, we were watching the trailer together, and the first thing she was saying was like, "Hey, how do I kill those I'm with?"
I mean, I have to imagine it's a dungeon crawling game about cooking in the dungeon. Surely you're gonna be able to accidentally poison yourselves.
Do you think you can get like bad ingredients on purpose to murder your?
I bet you're gonna have to find out.
Why are you going?
So I wonder though, with it being like in dungeons,
Wild times. That's pretty
like
cool.
if they're gonna have an in-game proximity chat kind of thing.
I hope
It's one of my favorite things in games like this when you're like walking through and you can hear your friend off in the distance. I wonder if they'll do something like that.
The Lethal Company
Yeah.
effects where they're like,
Especially if you can hear them screaming.
like screaming.
friends, for sure.
Yeah, like at
Me
least
and Jake gonna be in their edition in that dungeon.
like at least a co-op. He's across the world. I'm like, Rob, you there? There.
I'm dishing, baby. I'm dishing.
I'm dishing.
Making
Can you bring the carrot?
What are you making?
Lasagna.
Yeah, no, but it looks very promising though.
Next up, we have Dawnwalker. Lua had a crazy conversation with her creative director.
Blood
Single
of
player.
Dawnwalker.
Vampire, RPG. It looks incredible. I think the 30-day system is awesome and, like you said, gives weight to things. And then the whole, like, there's so many decisions you can make.
What I find really interesting about the game
30-day
is that
system?
Cohen, the protagonist, is half vampire, half man. And even though like all of that sounds great by itself, there's even another layer where at night, of course, he can use vampiric abilities that he doesn't get to use during the daytime. His combat's different. He's not using a sword, he's using claws. And then in the daytime, of course, there's NPCs walking around and there's, you know, maybe patrols going around that aren't there at night, but then there's different ones at night. So
And you can use magic as human. You can use magic as a vampire.
Yes,
Tarkov
and
style
basically
wife
what
in
they're
an
trying to do
RPG.
is to not just have the time be an element of certain actions to take it forward, but also whether you're playing in day or night, quest lines play out completely
Yes.
differently because people are in different spots, their behaviors are different. This person may be asleep, so you can't talk to them.
Have
but
different
somebody else is
abilities.
there.
55 stream.
Exactly.
Well, The Witcher 3 is my
streak.
personal favorite game of all time. So, and this is former Witcher 3 developers working on this, and so much of that charm was prevalent there.
The music.
The music, just that soundtrack in the short little snippet we saw there, I felt it.
I love that simple separation between day and night and different things coming with your character.
That's got to be like the coolest part of it.
Yeah, because it's got to probably tailor to your gameplay of like, I got to wait to make this choice during the nighttime versus during the daytime where I can use certain abilities or different combat styles. I love that part of it.
And so I could foresee a run through, like a play style where you're playing only at night for missions. You're just doing stealthy vampire stuff, and you're eating people or you're drinking blood rather, not eating people. I don't know, maybe it's kind of way. But
Whatever you want.
the dark run through versus like
When
the
is it
light
going to
run
be
through
discussed?
the
I don't know.
daytime.
Sometime during the showcase.
The vegan.
They didn't give like a time,
Vegan
a
sped
specific
run,
time for
Dawnwalker.
Yeah,
each game.
vegan achievement.
Sponsored by Beyond Meat. The fact that they revealed a little bit about more Brinsis, the Overlord, is also a system. He really talked a lot about systems that they have not spoke on yet at all, and didn't with us either.
Like the edits. As you go around the world trying to find your information, you can side with different people, and depending on what you do, you can make the Brensis quite upset. So he can start making laws and rules to stop you from progressing in a certain way.
I also like that Brensis as an antagonist is not just like pure evil, doing all sorts of horrible stuff. Like he is helping the people in some ways in order to, get control of them, but he's like curing them of the plague. Like he offers them something they aren't getting elsewhere. So he's doing bad stuff, but there's nuance.
And that typically makes for really, really good stories.
Harder choices to be made,
Perspective and never a clear-cut good or bad.
Yeah, because I bet you there's gonna be a moment where it's
It's
like
one
you
of
could
the
stop
charms.
it, like his influence in an area. That means they're gonna die of the plague. So it's like, do you let the bad guy do the thing that you're trying to stop him to do, or?
And it's also about perspective. These people were ruled by a very tyrannical leader before. So even though Brents is a vampire to them, he may as
it's
well
worth it.
be a savior, right?
Oh
For the
shit,
next section,
Beautiful
we
Light.
have
I played this.
three,
It was
again,
cool.
I'm gonna have to not say incredible games every single time, but we have Prologue, Go Way Back from Player Unknown,
The
Beautiful Light from
Cube,
Deep
though,
Worlds,
bro.
and Project Shadowglass from Starhelm Studios.
To Seems like the format
It's
is
just
they
an
talk with
infinite
some
map
devs about some
generator
games and then
with
discuss
some
it,
game
and then
loops on
do a
top
bunch
of
of
it.
games at
So
a time.
you have a survival loop, which is pretty hard. Get to the weather tower. We give you a map and a compass and not much else. Some basic survival mechanics, and it's a game against yourself more than anything else, and kind of the decisions you make. Then we also have just objective survive, which is just see how long you can last in the world, and free roam for those that just like a hike. The differentiator, or the thing that makes a difference, is that we can generate essentially infinite maps of 8x8 scale. Like, we have a map editor in the game and stuff like that, but we want to be able to give you the ability to give a deep link to someone. So I can just send you like a HTTP link that starts up the game, loads a map and a seed, and I can share stuff I've built with you with just a link, right? So it's kind of, Go Way Back is just, it's a technological experiment that, or proving some technology we've developed. It's no longer an experiment, it's in production, so it works. But it's also going back to my love of survival games and those kind of emergent, just, I'm not giving anyone missions to do, it's just get there, and how you get there is fully up to you. Basically, if you play the same seed, you get the same weather, I'm pretty sure you get the same cabin layout, and you maybe get the same loot. So you and 4 friends could technically race to the weather tower and see who gets there first, because you have the same conditions. And while we don't have multiplayer yet, you have this kind of asynchronous multiplayer that, as long as you can share the seed with people. And I thought, wouldn't that be a cool thing for events where you have 16 streamers and see how long they can survive in objective survive mode, right? Or see who can race to the weather tower quickest, or we can set up the weather just to get progressively colder and see who lasts the longest. There's a weather tower on top of one of the higher points on the map. It's generally the other side of the map. We do have prompts now that tell you what to do in the world. But yeah, there's some simple survival mechanics. Keep yourself warm, keep yourself dry, light fires, board up windows, keep your body in a good temperature, get across the map. And we don't tell you where you are on the map, except when you find a new map in the world and it updates your position, you're left for basic navigation. It's kind of set in the 80s, so you don't have digital GPS, stuff like that. I want to make sure that the worlds we're generating have enough depth that when we add story and mission and quest-based content, that the worlds feel like coherent and real enough that it makes sense. Like, I want to have pathing, I want to have like infrastructure, like telephone lines, this kind of stuff, so the cabins aren't just random cabins in the forest, that there seems to be some, like, you know, logical placement of stuff in the world.
Struggle Boss into the
And
Twitch
once
Prime,
we have
appreciate
those
that.
in, then we can more easily go, well, okay,
What game
we
is this?
need
I don't
to
know if they said the
connect
name.
all the substations to bring power to the weather tower, so you can get a message or go and do various things. Right now, it's
What's up,
there's a
Complex?
bunch of
How you doing?
cabins and there's survival mechanics, but we want to add a lot more depth to the environment. Preface is a tech demo. That I always said I wanted to release a free tech demo of the engine we're building, and that's what Preface is. And the kind of poetic thing is that my last game will be Preface, because it'll just be a visualization of what's possible with our engine at that time. And it's more like Minecraft
Prologue,
Survival,
go
that it's an
back.
example of what you can do with the engine,
Word.
and it'll be open source and free for everyone, so you can do whatever you want. So having this kind of digital space, like an internet in 3D, I don't see anyone working towards that. I see
that's a lot of
small
daring.
bubbles, but I don't see anyone really trying to do Earth-scale terrain with millions of people. And that's kind of the bigger goal, and that's why we've broken it down into 3 games. The aim is that you should be able to do anything from 10 by 10 to 100 by 100 with 5v5 or 100v100 relatively easily and not have any problems. We will build
Wait,
maybe an
this is
Earth-scale
from
terrain,
Player
maybe
Unknown
smaller,
Productions?
with hopefully
As in,
a
like,
network
Player
layer
Unknown
that
PUBG?
supports millions of people. That will be kind of a survival civilization MMO type
Interesting.
game. But again, that's just one layer of the world. Like, I want you to be able to just jump around the world and see what's happening, because you should be able to.
Nothing for
like, I think if you wanna
BL4.
interact
The
with
BL4 hotfix
world,
was them turning
there
off
should be a layer
the
of survival you have to
Get
do,
the
or a
buff
layer of
drop rates.
gameplay in order to kind
and
of
turning
leave
off
your
the
impression on the
triple
world.
bosses. I do gotta make an update video on it, but it's just gonna be negative, so I was kind of dreading it.
Charlie to Quebec Romeo Foxtrot.
This is Beautiful Light. I've played this. It was very fun.
The operation zone. Good luck. Over.
This was an intense game. kind of like Tarkov, but with aliens. So you've got to not die to the aliens, which are freaking crazy, but it's also PvEVP. So like you're also fighting other players. It was really fun. They invited me to like an hour-long test of it. It's called Beautiful Light. You get to be the aliens. I saw that clip. If that's true, that's new. I didn't know that. That wasn't in the tech test we played.
In a world where pixels were once only 2D.
Wait, what is this?
Now, they're 3D.
Oh, I'm just with you. I'm Dominic John, the dev behind Project Shadowglass, a 3D pixelated RPG that's a love letter to classic immersive sims like Thief and System Shock.
Yo,
this video is a series of prototype rooms that I've been working on some of the core systems in. No art, no assets will be generated by AI. This is all human-made, hand-placed, made by me and artists like me because we love what we do.
Have I played Cloudheim? No. This is kind of trippy. I was about to say, kind of, I could see this giving me a headache a little bit.
I would highly suggest wearing them. All the audio in Project Shadowglass is going to be 3D, and not just 3D, but simulated. The music emanating from this orb is going into the left ear and the right ear, but as I change the size of the space, you can hear the character of the sounds change.
That's cool.
And if we go around the wall, we can still hear it coming from the opening in each ear. I actually launched the Shadowglass Discord today, so if you have any ideas or suggestions or just want to follow along, feel free to wishlist Project Shadowglass on Steam. I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek on how things are coming along. Thank you so much, all the crew at New Game Plus, for having me. Be well, my friends.
That was cool. I dig it.
To start with Prologue, Go Way Back, another survival game that we're seeing, and we were talking, it's a bare bones survival game where there is no common enemy. Your enemy is the elements, where you just have to try and survive and make it to that point. So if you guys don't know Brennan Green, he not only was behind the Battle Royale mode of H1Z1, which we talked a long time about, he was also the creator of PUBG. So people have a lot of faith in him and what he calls his 10-year plan. And he talks about his ultimate goal being he wants 1 million players on a server. He wants the internet to be made 3D and for all of us to actually truly be able to play together. Which I know is a crazy transition from us talking about a survival game.
Single-player survival game?
Like we want to cover their survival game because I love survival games, and they're going to be branching out in this game for the next few years until they have multiplayer, until they have weapons, and they have PvE and animals to fight against, but it's also part of a much
Also,
bigger
story. He mentioned they will be adding also a story to the
Things to
world.
do, yeah.
Yes.
That's got to be like the most ambitious, one of the most ambitious projects out there right now.
Yeah,
I mean, it's crazy to
What's so
think
funny
about.
about him is that he's like, yeah, I want like millions of players to be playing together on like a gigantic map, but you know, not to undersell it.
Shoot for the stars, brother. Shoot for the stars.
No one's done that yet. Next game we talked about was Beautiful Light by Deep Worlds SA. That's a PvPvE tactical extraction shooter. There are 6 3-person squads, and there's also a lot of anomalies and monsters and stuff that we saw in it. Looks like I'm gonna be scared.
Yeah, it looks very scary.
I mean, I appreciated that it was.
I dig
very
that Beautiful Light
immersive.
game.
Like he had the sort of Pip-Boy looking thing over there.
Yeah.
And speaking of big words, I actually looked up what that's called. It's called diegetic UI.
Oh, did you say diegetic?
Diegetic.
Thinking the same.
Diegetic. Write that one
We're
down.
all
Write that one
thinking
down.
of that word.
But it's really, really cool in games like this, especially because it's like hyper immersive. There's no UI popping up being like, oh, attack incoming. It's just, no, you are in the moment, you're in the game, listen around you, look at the thing on the character itself. I love that.
So you can play as a monster,
Yeah.
or as
Oh, really?
You can play both.
or as the soldier. Is there controller support?
I don't know. Great question.
Duality, she just threw up in her mouth.
I have nothing against controllers, but I believe there's a right time for mouse and keyboard and a right time for keyboards. And he believes that the right time for a controller is when you're playing shooter games. It's obviously better. The mouse and keyboard is better for that. But not for him.
I would edit my own YouTube videos with a controller. if
Yeah,
I
he
could.
said that
That's
earlier.
That's how passionate.
Which is a patently insane thing to say.
Yeah, then we have Project Shadow Glass.
Voxel art. I really enjoyed the
This is Starhelm Studios. It's an immersive sim. We've all seen
seems
it.
like
I
they're
think it
doing
went
a
viral
cluster
from
of games,
the,
and then they
that
do like
AI
a chat
post. There was
about
like
them.
an AI post
Cluster
that
of
looked
games.
just like it,
Chat
and then he was
about
like, "I'm
them.
making a game like this."
I
It's
don't love
not
the chat
AI.
about them
I looked up
section,
the
though.
video because he has a YouTube channel where you can actually see kind of behind the scenes. And when that clip
Like,
of
I
the
feel like
AI
it should be
generator
after
went
the
viral,
game
he saw it and
showcase.
thought like, I didn't think anybody
Do all the
wanted
games,
this. I was just like, it was a fun
and then
side
for
project.
those want
And then
to
he saw people wanted
listen
it,
to
thought
the
it looked
chat,
awesome, and he put it out. But it's
you know,
real.
have
Well, we
an-
talked
have a
about it
post
earlier.
section.
There's a desire for
That's
stuff
kind of like a
that. More
podcast.
simplicity, kind of retro feel.
It feels like the game is still like learning what it wants to be. Like he's working on the graphics, the basics, the music, and as like they have a bow and
Yeah,
an arrow,
Corns, we'll probably
and
do some
hopefully
Neo
as they
too.
work on the project,
I also we might do
they,
some Code Vein.
they start feeling
Code
what
Vein
it will
comes out
grow
this
to
month,
be, what
and then
kind of game it
Neo
will
3.
develop itself into.
Yeah, my understanding is right now it is just
Late February,
Project
early
Shadow
February?
Glass, and then
Yeah.
it's going to
What is Neo
eventually
3?
become like a video game. But right now it's just kind of proof of concept that the art works, the crazy math behind it works, and like it can grow
Xbox
to a
Direct
game.
for Fable.
but it's
I
certainly
didn't see it,
very
but I
wish
saw the
him
tweet
nothing
about
but
it. January
success.
22nd.
he seems like a
Because it seems like I
awesome
just
dude.
love a good passion project. You can tell there's a lot of heart in that.
And
Have I played
I feel like I
Neo
initially,
2?
like
Yeah,
everyone else,
I
why I
have.
went so viral, I got attached to that same artwork, but then when he further explains and shows you some concepts that you weren't expecting out of a game with that artwork or that design, when he's showing that you said the R6 lean in there. And you,
Oh yeah, that threw me off. The little bow
Yeah, it's like,
behind. I was
whoa.
like, is that a Rainbow Six
You threw that,
Siege?
you threw that in there, and then of course they got the wall grapple, and then with the whole audio design as well. I mean, I'm definitely.
I remember seeing that clip that went viral. I remember seeing it. I was like, wow, that looks incredible. Like walking up to the castle.
The Expanse, Distant
This
Shore,
section
and
we have three what I would
Aphelion.
consider kind of sci-fi games a little bit, but we have Aphelion from Don't Nod, which we have an incredible look behind the scenes of the music with the composer themselves, as well as The Expanse Osiris Reborn from Owlcat. If you're familiar with The Expanse, super exciting, and also Distant Shores, Brittany.
This is Aphelion, I believe.
My name is Amin Bouafa. I'm a film music composer, and I am the composer for Aphelion, the video game. I remember having a message from Talal saying that he loved the score of Summit of the Gods, and they are working on a new video game, and inviting me to come to the studio and to meet the team. It was very important for me to understand how the music would be interactive. So how to compose, how to write music that would be interactive. modules, with stems, with separating the different elements, and at the same time, how could the music, how the structure of the music would be an evolving structure. It was very important for me first to have the story of Ariane and Thomas, like that the log line is the story, both of them, so there is a theme that conveys this emotional relationship between them. And then the frozen aspect of the music. I mean, for me, it was very important first to feel the cold in the music, to feel the wind, to feel the ice. It's an instrument that had been invented by
the thing about this so far is that they like jumping into like weird specific things about the games. What I want to I want to know what the game is. Like, what kind of game is this? You know what I mean? I still don't know what kind of game this is or what it's about. But now I'm learning about the music of the game.
And water.
Does that make sense?
And then rub crystal buttons that are in this metal structure.
Like what's this game?
This frozen identity of the score, and at the same time having this
it's
magical
like the second or third game that
sense
they've done where they like dive into a very niche thing about a game versus like what the actual game is about.
There is a sacred feeling also to this planet. It's a huge planet, but I wanted to get this huge instrument and that it could also play very soft. The organ has a lot of sounds. It could be very soft, it could be very aggressive, it could be large, it could be intimate. For me, it's the planet. The planet could be very welcoming and suddenly
like this looks pretty sick.
Very,
but like, what are you doing?
Very dangerous
you know what I mean?
and very sacred at the same time. So I thought that the organ could be this, could give this majestuous feeling to the score. I'm so happy to write the music for FL4K. It's the first time for me to write a video game score, and it's a lot of fun and a lot of passion.
It's not game announcements, it's more game deep dives. That's fair. You're grinding Paragon points? In which Diablo? Shut up, Jadley. This is The Expanse. Incredible TV show.
We had some discussions at the early stages of the production, to be honest, whether to go fully class system or something else. And again, we started with sitting down and lining up what are possible ways that the player might perceive the game. The power fantasies, how he can express himself in combat. So he might want to be a sniper, he might want to be a hacker, maybe an engineer, something else. As we designed those playstyles, we thought how to mix it up a bit, how to let player to experiment with what he encounters during the game. So, for example, when he finds a neat shoulder cannon, as we've shown in the announcement trailer, even if he's a sniper, he might want to experiment with that. Why not? It fits the universe, it fits the playstyle. He might want to see how it works. And so we decided why not to give him the possibility to do that. That was the idea behind the playstyle. So playstyle is basically the starting preset that kind of gently guides you towards the certain direction of your power fantasy of how you play the game. At some point, the player will need to commit commit to his choices. So again, it's important part of the choices system, you know. If you just can switch everything on the fly, that kind of makes your choices less important. So at some point you need to stick to particular guns, particular gadgets, and you just build around them. We give you some time to experiment, but you will need to commit. During the character creation, you will have to choose between three major factions, your origin, so you will be either Belter or Earther or Martian. Facial customization, appearance, you can choose your body type.
So you will be playing as a Pinkwater mercenary with different type of origin that you would create. You will have your sibling with the same, like, identical one. They will look a little bit different because they're their own person. They have their own personality. These events are set during the first 3 books, I think. You will start on Eris and witness basically the events from a different angle, and this part will be to some degree shown in your character creation.
Every companion should belong somewhere in the universe, and they have their own background consisting of their faction and their acquaintance. They have some background story, their own struggles. All this stuff will influence how they perceive the situations player encounters. So in every major plot event, they will have their opinions. They might hint you towards some decisions. They might provide you some assistance, or maybe even some crucial contacts to go for help, for advice, for
very entertained. Well, this game looks cool,
maybe.
but
Of course, they will have their own
hard to put
stories,
what they're
their own
talking about,
struggles,
but
and
the actual,
you can choose to help them, or maybe to ignore their own stories, totally depending on how you want to be invested in this particular companion. The choices you make for those companions also will matter.
I think The Expanse was a book first, and a
some
TV
of them
show,
will have
and
romances,
now a video game.
and you can see on our background companions.
Perfect,
We cannot
thank
say who is going to have romance, but there will definitely be romance. in our
Romance
game.
confirmed.
It's a
Block.
small crew on a small ship. You know, the Expanse, it's a universe where everyone flies in very tight spaces for a very long time. So there is a dynamics in the crew as well. We have a few layers of
I
the
watched the
combat
Expanse
system.
TV
First of
show.
all,
It was
it's
very
obviously
good.
the gunplay.
I really liked
A
it.
few classes of weapons that you can use, and mostly you do it from the covers. So it's a cover-based gunplay game. And the second layer of the combat system is that's your abilities. That they might be more like offensive ones, maybe something like a grenade or a shoulder cannon, or maybe something more defensive like a shield, or maybe a protective drone. A lot of gadgets that you can choose from depending on
I
your play
agree.
style. And as Julia mentioned, there are some play styles that are mostly focused on using your gadgets rather than using your weapons. Third layer, but still very important, that's obviously your companions. They have their impact on the combat. They have what we call combat opportunities. That's particular situations when you can order your companion to use an exploit in the arena, in the environment, to gain a certain advantage in combat. We decided against the management, the gameplay part of the survival stuff. So you won't be counting your gallons of reaction mass or how much water you need to recycle before it dries out.
No survival
But
elements.
still, the Expanse universe is very dangerous. So in terms of narrative, the survival will be a part of the game. You will have a tremendous enemy. You will have a lot of very dangerous situations that you will have to get out somehow. There will be a lot of survival
They haven't
in
shown any
terms
gameplay
of your
for
player
this
experience,
game, but
just
the
not
previous
as
ones they
a
have.
particular mechanic. You will be able to fly around the solar system. You will will be able to visit various planets.
Brody, it's not
we
my
mentioned before
presentation.
that we have Luna, Mars series,
sounds very Mass Effect inspired.
And some other cool places to visit.
Good.
And
I like
some
that.
of those places will be like major social hubs where you can just walk around, meet other people, drink at the bar, shop for better equipment and stuff like that. So
it sounds
you
pretty sick.
will
You
have plenty
create your own
of
character, pick your
places to go
abilities,
and to
third-person
visit
cover
and
shooter.
to look at. The Expanse universe is cruel, and some
Oh, yes.
characters might die because of your choices. Stay tuned for more. We will show more very soon. Have something cooking. I hope you will like it.
Welcome back, Aaron. We trust your flight was smooth.
Thank you, Brody.
We have landed you on the outskirts of Genyak Island. Stay alert.
Hey, Aaron, it's Thomas. You know, your brother. You said you would visit me here, but you never did. Look,
Just another survival
bygones
game.
be bygones. Just find me in the West Zone. I'll be waiting.
Oh shit, it's Portal, the survival game.
Sometimes I dream about what's under the ocean. A distant shore, waiting to be explored.
You play as Magneto. That's pretty sick. Actual Magneto survival game. See, this is a cool game showcase because whoever's playing clearly, like, is good at the game. You know what I mean? Like, they're doing it justice. Magneto Mirror's Edge. I dig it. No, I've never played Ghost Runner. Ghost Runner does look sick though. Is there a second Ghost Runner already? Cool. This is the type of game that speedrunners love. Yup.
Slipping boats on the far sea. Such a peaceful place to be seen. It's a wonderful way to be free.
Distant Shore Britannia? Is that how you say that?
Let's start with Aphelion.
My understanding is it's a dual protagonist game, so you'll actually be swapping back and forth as they sort of work together. And I'm sure there's parts where you're separated, parts where maybe you're together, working together.
There's a dual protagonist game.
There's so much potential for stories like that. The dual protagonists converge in the end.
You know it's going to be an emotional game, especially when they put so much emphasis in the music. I feel like music is a tool to catalyst emotions, so it's definitely something that
We were actually talking about that earlier today, music and video.
I thought it was
not
the
just video
Expanse.
games and art in general.
They're showing
Good-
3
good
games at a
music
time.
changes a
It changes
game
everything.
So they just
from a
showed
game being a
Aphelion,
good game
the
to a memorable
Expanse, and
a
Distant
game that will
Shore.
stick with you in a long
All
time.
3 games
Well,
got shown
and
in that.
Donut has a pretty storied background when it comes to narrative games, whether it's like Life is Strange or like one of my old school favorites, Vampire. Like they try different stuff, weird stuff even sometimes, and so this is exciting to see them doing something
They were
different.
using the super alien music instrument, so.
Yeah. What was it called? Is that
A Crystal Bachette.
Crystal Bachette?
Oh, you're talking about the hand wedding one?
Yeah.
You're really into this hand. That's like the only
I
thing
kind
you
of
took
want to
away.
try it, honestly.
I mean,
How do you discover that technique of like, oh, that makes that, yes.
that this is an award-winning composer of the Summit of the Gods as well. So what I find super impressive is just, I feel like people sleep on music so much in games, and then you see behind the scenes of this entire, like, they're in a famous church in Paris playing the organ.
Actually has been a blast to see video game music evolve during the years. Like, video games has some great music, like.
It's one of those things, when it's working, you, like a lot of time you don't think about it. When music is really good
All
in a
you're
game,
thinking
you
about?
don't really think about it. But then when it's exceptional, like an Expedition or like the Witcher vibes, you know, then you really remember it. But a lot of the games you play, you probably don't look up the soundtrack, even though the game is pretty good, you know?
Ironically, my Spotify rap this year was like mostly video game scores. I think there's often correlation though, whenever a developer does take the music very seriously in a game, it often reflects
I'm sure
in
they're taking other parts
It
out.
reflects in every other. I mean, think about it. All the games that have, like, you think about the games with the best scores ever, like you just said, The Witcher 3 or whatever. I mean, it correlates to everything else. Every other aspect of the game, they take it seriously. So.
Another sci-fi game that is probably one of the most anticipated sci-fi games for a very long time is The Expanse: Osiris Reborn, which is from Outcast.
Expanse looks
Well,
really
it is a
good.
third-person action RPG, obviously set in the Expanse universe.
The Expanse is a book and it's a show, so they're taking inspiration from both, but at the same time, it doesn't require previous knowledge of either for you to be able to enjoy this. In this game, you're going to be living more or less through what happens in the show. However, from a different perspective, from a different side, with your own group of people, with your own environment, that you get to make your own choices.
I think an important thing to frame all of the Expanse game with is that coming from Owlcat, they are a studio that did like Rogue Trader,
dude,
for example.
The
Their
Expanse
bread
is an
and
action
butter
RPG.
is intense, gritty narratives with unbelievable levels of roleplay depth and choice and consequence, complex systems that interweave, and so seeing them go
Zoomer brain
into
can't
this,
keep up with this format,
which is of
but
course
I'm
a
so with
third-person
their
cover-based shooter with many RPG mechanics.
Redeem.
It's a different road, and I asked him about that in our interview, and was like, how did this happen? Because typically they do sort of an isometric thing, and they just said when we decided we wanted to tackle the Expanse, it required that cinematic flair, and that's what they tackled, and they're doing a phenomenal job. I mean, the game looks beautiful.
Did they show the
It looks
cube?
very
Nope,
interesting.
not yet.
It looks kind of like Dead Space meets Gears of War,
It's
kind
more
of
like Mass
gameplay-wise. It
Effect,
did. Or, yeah, Mass Effect as well.
The choice and the reputation you have with your companions will change, because your companions, they told us, will disagree with some of the stuff you do. They'll get upset or
They will have their own
about it.
opinions.
They'll have their own opinions, and they also, one interesting tidbit they mentioned was that when you are making choices in the game, they're not necessarily going to tell you if that was a big moment, if that, what you just said to them is going to seriously affect this thing over here. It will, but that's all behind the scenes.
Third game was Distant Shore, Brittany. This is what went viral as almost a portal with magnets, and I think it looks like a lot of fun.
It's such a unique
Who are these
concept.
people?
I could see it.
They're all content
being big
creators.
time.
You know,
Like,
it's one of
really
those
is.
games like you didn't know
you want it, but then you see it, you're like, oh, that looks like it tickles a part of my brain. Yeah.
Like we've seen versions of it before, but with everything it combines, because it makes everyone think of a different game when you see it. Because we've heard Half-Life, we've heard Portal. I thought of Only Up during some parts of it.
Yeah, I had it Only Up.
And other puzzles.
Mirror's Edge a little bit with like the parkouring while moving stuff.
See, it makes us think of so many different things at once. So I think it's gonna do.
Just watching some of that gameplay, I can see the rage already.
Oh yeah, the boss.
Oh yeah. Damn
Well, and I
What's
think
up,
it's
dude?
also really cool that they have boss mechanics because like
Good to see
you can
ya.
tell it started with the idea of using magnets to like manipulate the
no.
environment. But then they're like,
What
okay, well, we
are
could
you
raise the
doing?
stakes, take it up a notch with
How
these
you
boss
doing,
fights
bud?
that are organic in the space and.
It also
This
mixes
is-
up because it's not
I'm
just
very
a
excited for
puzzle
this game.
So
Hopefully it looks
there's
cool.
more to it and more that you.
Yeah, there's a world that he even showed as well.
It's more than just a puzzle game. Like there's a narrative behind it.
Exactly. Like they could have just stopped with the puzzle game. I think a lot of people would have been perfectly happy with that. But then they go and build on that with a story, boss fights, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, if it's not just reach
What's
a
the game
destination or
called?
do
The
a final thing,
Cube.
but it's actually a narrative, like you said, that's really cool.
I think it's one to keep an eye on. Yeah.
Avowed and Grounded.
Next up, we have two very exciting updates coming from Obsidian, that being some updates for Avowed as well as Grounded 2. We also got exclusive time with them and had some interviews, which were very exciting.
I got like 15 hours into Avowed.
Avowed is a Obsidian first-person action RPG set in the world of Pillars of Eternity, where the player plays as an envoy sent by the Emperor of Adir to the Living Lands to investigate a mysterious plague that's kind of spreading throughout the lands, causing chaos, and you play as the envoy trying to figure out what's kind of going on down there. Do things that affect it in positive ways, negative ways, or in between type of ways, with that type of
Avowed
choice.
was fun.
In
Avowed
terms
was
of,
ass.
the post-launch
The
things we've been
duality of
supporting
man.
on it, like we've gotten a bunch of abilities added to the ranger and fighter trees to kind of more fill it out comparatively to the wizard tree. Aspects about it that are like a
Sounds good. I
mode
remember
that was like a
specking
big
wizard because the other trees were
community-requested
empty.
feature, as well as changes to progression, improvements there, gear improvements, and as well as bug fixes and crash fixes.
And you can play now as the different species.
Yeah, we've added different species. The Amauin, Orlins, and Dwarves are now playable. A lot of our decisions we make are revolving around the player community, so we work really closely with our community management team. We get like a spreadsheet, kind of see what the things that are bubbling to the top. Like an example, like quarterstaff was something where just we wanted to feel like more like a wizard, right? That kind of wizardy vibe, as well as playing as Orlins. Like I think players just were bummed that we didn't include that in the base game. So I mean, it really comes down to like the time and what the community wants, and that's kind of how we decide to go about it. Yeah.
We notice like players really role-play their characters in the game. So we always want to give them as many options as we can to like customize their features or character, to kind of have this fantasy in this world as they journey through the story. We just wanted to give them as many possible options as they can to really make the character they want to make and just make it just their own. Stuff like all the playable races, we discussed it early on in Avowed. It's something to both previous Pillars games had. It's a lot of work and a difficult thing to really nail down, especially in Avowed with its parkour systems.
That bow
and
animation was pretty
its
good.
combat mechanics
I
and
like
all the
that.
weapon types and stuff like that in the game. Our different races are different sizes, they're different shapes, they're a very unique game experience when you play as each one of them in a first-person game specifically. So it was something like new to wrangle for Avowed. We had no time to finish it as we're making Avowed, and now we can give it to the players, so it's a more rounded experience compared to the original Pillars games. It should be a whole new way to play the game. If you pick an Orlin or an Amawa, it makes you feel completely different in the world, especially if you use third person or first person. It changes it again, how you feel
This
and
is
present
Avowed,
in this game.
yeah,
So it's
new Avowed
pretty awesome
content.
that we can finally bring that.
New Game Plus allows the player to bring over all their abilities, all their equipable gear. It does reset it back to level 1, so it's not like you're just outright OP basically, but you'll have the end game gear with all its like enchants to be able to just start the new game, as well as we have like modifiers on enemies that kind of, you know, either make them more resistant to some of the elemental types, or, you know, modifiers that make them more resistant to being stun locked or hit reacted. And that kind of gets sprinkled in kind of somewhat randomly throughout that New Game Plus experience to kind of get that added challenge, but also let the player still feel somewhat like they're accumulating their abilities over the course of multiple playthroughs. So.
We notice players like to take photos of their envoys, but it's very difficult in the game. You have to get the camera just right.
Elemental
to get
Eater.
a certain distance from the character, or capture the shot in a conversation when you see your character. So this allows you to really get into it and capture some awesome shots or some scary shots, depending which way you're going.
We're super excited to announce that Avowed's finally going to come out to PS5.
Pre-orders are going to be live today. You know, keep an eye out on our socials, and we'll announce when the
Avowed's
store
coming to
page is
PS5.
open.
I guess that makes sense. Was it on PS5? No, it was Xbox exclusive. Because that's Obsidian, which Xbox owns.
Granted 2 is a survival game. It is set in a gigantic city park. You play as a teenager who has been shrunken to roughly the size of an ant, and you just have to survive in this environment with, you know, insects that are the size of a bus, and figuring out how to eat and get some water and fight those bugs and craft new materials and new weapons.
I've still yet to play a single second of Grounded 1 or 2.
Challenges, you can sort of get into the story of what has really happened in this park. A number of huge updates planned for the park. This is the first big content update that we have. We've been calling it the Winter Update. It's really about adding in this next big chunk to the park, and that comes with a lot of things that are very, very exciting for us. With this Winter Update, which is the community garden, is attached right to that early picnic area. On the map, it's just to the east of it, behind the gigantic statue of Tully and Burgle. This was our opportunity to really start delving into a brand new biome with everything that entailed. You've got a vegetable garden, you've got a greenhouse, and you've got a pumpkin patch. All of these introduce a lot of new and different types of artwork and places for the player to explore. And then, of course, then we need all the insects that go in these areas too. And so a ton of new insects that are in there. As I love to say, all of these insects, you know, you can fight. Maybe they're docile and you can attack them. Many of them are aggressive and will attack you. And regardless, you fight them, learn their tactics, and then eventually turn them
I've heard good things. I just never got around to it.
And new weapons.
Going to a new biome, a new
not yet,
area
Code.
in the park allows us to fully lean into what makes the park unique from the backyard. And for us, that means that mixture of really organic structures as well as that man-made touch, that this was designed by humans at, you know, human level.
Wasps are coming back, which are a lot of fun to fight, but can be kind of annoying. Again, this is a survival game, so so excited about those things coming back. Black ants are also coming back too, and like with both of those, you get sets of armor and different weapons that you can craft after you've defeated these creatures. We're more excited about the
Monster
new
Hunter
creatures that are coming in the garden update, though. So we developed a
It needs
brand
more
new
maps.
creature,
Is it
and the
not like an open
cricket
world game?
is
I kind of
pretty
assumed it was
big.
like open
Again,
world.
this is the size of a large bus, probably. It has some very unique attack combinations that are a lot of fun. It can also, of course, jump very, very far. It has its own armor sets. It has its own weapon or weapons that you can craft based upon it. And then the same thing for earwig. And we actually have two different types of earwig. There's sort of a ranged earwig and a melee earwig that tend to travel around together to thwart the player with their strategic opportunities. Again, you can turn those into armor. Of course, turn them into your base furnishings. You
Very
can
small
turn
ones
them
to
into
explore.
weapons.
Gotcha.
And we think they'll offer some exciting and unique combat opportunities.
We really want Grounded 1 players to be excited to see these creatures again, but also to be surprised and delighted by the changes You know, just like we did in the picnic area, we've revamped the combat. So that means even looking at the old legacy creatures and going, okay, how do we make them a part of the system? How do we make them challenging in this new dance? How can we leverage our systems to make them more interesting? And so hopefully there's a couple of twists coming, even with the old favorites, that will keep veteran players on their toes and will surprise and delight new players.
We have a brand new buggy, the Ladybug buggy, which you'll be able to get and raise and hatch, and then ride around in the yard. And we're pretty excited about all that stuff. Like, I think all of it is coming together just really well.
I think every single Grounded player from Grounded 1 at some point jumped on the Ladybug and let it transport them around. And we often joke that that was the original buggy prototype. And there's something so iconic about the Ladybug and getting on it and wanting to ride it that it felt like an inevitability for us. But what's important for us whenever we do introduce a new buggy is we don't want it to just be another one or just a horse, you know? And so it really boiled down to what can the Ladybuggy bring to the table that the other ones weren't? What can make her stand apart and bring a utility and an experience to the player that the other buggies aren't? How can we carve out her own little niche in the game? If she's the tank, she's, you know, the one who can get into those really tough fights and withstand those large swarms of insects. And that's where the idea of the water cannon on her back and, you know, players being able to shoot at their enemies. And that ended up, you know, providing a ton of gameplay opportunities and a really unique experience. Being able to shoot down the aerial insects that are often a bit more challenging and a bit more frustrating for players. Well, now you have this, you know, ranged weapon that you can take them down with that feels super satisfying, almost like an anti-air gun. For us, as soon as we crack that, it felt like, okay, there she is. That's her niche. And now it's just about bringing that experience to life and finding moments in the garden experience to really highlight that and let that shine for the player.
Cool.
So we saw Avowed, great interview that you did over there. We see now that we have New Game Plus coming, there's a photo mode, new weapon type, changing appearance. There's new character presets, you got new races, which I'm sure we'll have a lot of fun with.
During the show, guys.
They're doing a lot. And I mean, the game, of course, launched earlier this year. Obsidian's been very busy, yeah. And they're doing these free updates now. And so they also are adding New Game Plus, which adds a whole new reason for you to go back through the game. So the game is coming to PS5.
Yay! We got another one.
We got
the Avowed Platinum Trophy was insane.
Here we go.
Yeah, but it's coming and it's available for pre-order as of
Right now?
Show going live, so right now, so check it out. And when I talked to them, they were saying how important the community is to them, how they've listened to a lot of their feedback, like adding arachnophobia mode on Grounded.
I was gonna say, Luke, if I'm scared of spiders, what do I do?
Yeah, there's arachnophobia mode, but they that's kind of their driving force, is looking at the community, what the community is saying, communicating. They're like, hey, we'd like more species and more customization options in Character Builder. Okay, we'll do that, and it's just really nice to see them do that. They could put it in a paid package, but they're not. They're just, you know, it's a labor of love, and that's...
I really like how, as you're going to New Game Plus, you can also change your character's appearance. So you keep some of your skills and stuff, but if you are tired of how your character looks or you want to do something new, try a different race. You can do that by just going to New Game Plus. You don't need to go back to the beginning.
Besides that, we also had Grounded 2, which is bringing the Garden of Brook Hollow Park that is now going to be open. So it's a new biome. They have new creatures, new tools, a new mushroom brick material that you can build more stuff with, and also a new ladybug buggy.
A lady buggy.
So sweet.
For those of you watching, it's a play on words.
Allow me to explain.
Ladybug-y, because you can mount it and ride it like a buggy.
Yeah, and speaking to listening community, they also take a lot of feedback. This is a game that launched back into early access back in July, and so this is a major winter update is what they're calling it, and it was heavily requested to have more types of transport, which they are still planning more for the future that people can be excited about, but they always listen to feedback about, you know, should an insect be an enemy? Should an insect be what they call, you know, is it docile or docile? I'm from Iowa.
Whatever you
Tomato,
prefer.
tomato.
Yeah. Different insects can be friendly, some can be enemies, and then of course they can also treat them now as transport as well.
You looked at Luke when you asked.
Well, yeah, I'm not looking at you. And so with this update, they're doing this throughout a lot of the timeline. And like they're gonna give you a lot of these big updates, and you're gonna be kind of surprised of like when it first released early access, there was still plenty to do. It was a survival game, but if you were a fan of Grounded, the original, you knew they were still gonna have a great winter update for you like this. And so they have a lot on their roadmap, but because of the way the game is oddly like scaled down, you know, it's from Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, like the way it's shrunk down, they have so much they still want to do and will be doing for a long, long time.
Well, and that cricket.
Yeah, the cricket thing looks
that thing's
terrifying.
horrifying. It turns around and like.
You're like, wait, what's he doing? What's he doing?
Spreading.
I gotta give them credit. Like Obsidian's been so crazy busy. Like the fact that you can put out 2 pretty sizable games in 1 year and a bunch of updates for it.
And it seemed like they were cooking something huge, right? Because
Yeah, they just had Tim Kaine come back out of retirement. He's one of the creators of Fallout back in the day, and he
didn't he also was some of the original creators of Vampire Bloodlines?
I think he did.
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
He's kind of a legend of the industry. He, in 2020, went and started doing consulting work with Obsidian, but he was, in his words, semi-retired. But he's actually gone back to Obsidian to work full-time in office, moved to the studio on some project that's unannounced, and he said, don't bother guessing, you will not guess it. So, new IP.
New IP.
Something crazy, who
Are they
knows?
showing the
But
cube yet?
Or
Yeah.
he's trying to throw us off.
It's hard to not see like hope, at least for Fallout stuff, because you know the TV show being excellent
All right,
and
next game, come
everyone
on.
itching for more Fallout. So
God damn it.
Next up, we have 3 fantasy RPG games that are looking very cool, as I would say. This is going to be Outward 2 from Nine Dot Studio, a follow-up to their other survival game, Outward, obviously. We have Varen's Call by Titan Rock, and then we also have Dragon Twin by Draconic Interactive.
Oh, this is kind of cool.
Outward is an open world RPG, which for once you're not some kind of special superhero or the last child from a prophecy.
Outward's fantastic.
You're just a
I don't know if I've heard
what
of
you
it.
did. And the reason why we are downscaling who the player is because they want to be immersed more than they want to be powerful. And that was the big change in our approach. And we made all of our design decisions to be in alignment with this vision. If you were just a regular person and you wanted to think like a human would, but in a fantasy world, it's when you are aloof, when you're just like, that's not so dangerous, I've done it before. And that's when life just snaps back at you, right? In real life, that's like that. It should be like that in the design as well. So one gigantic thing is the character creation. In Outward 1, like we had very ugly protagonists and we didn't have a lot of options. You know, you had like 3 skin colors, a handful of faces, a handful of haircuts, and that was it. It feels like really drawing yourself into an RPG. You choose a background, you choose traits, you have a very granular system to modify and customize your character to your liking. One of the big things
Give me your
is
crappy
you
RNG.
choose one of
Sorry
3
about that.
starting locations. So as a regular person, what justifies throwing yourself into danger? How do you become an adventurer? Well, we have 3 different quests.
Is this game online
depending
or
on which
single
city
player?
you
I
choose.
have no idea.
So if you are in Simeon's Bastion, you are a homeless person. You're
It kind
desperate.
of reminds me of Enshrouded,
In,
though. It looks like Enshrouded.
Tramontaine, you are a miner.
I need to
and
play
you're
more of
trying
that game.
to,
We did one sponsored
improve your
stream.
status in
It was
the
supposed to be like a
quality
2-hour
of
sponsored
life.
stream for
In
Enshrouded.
Haboob,
I think I ended
you
up playing for like
just
8
a
or 9
clerk
hours.
who just bought a house.
It was
What
just
could
really fun.
possibly go wrong? You know?
I haven't gone back to it, though.
And very mundane situations, like you're not special or anything, but something special happens to you, and then you have to live up to the situation. We want a weather system that is
Outward 1
very
is co-op
dynamic.
single
So
player.
now we have a year-long calendar with seasons, and you just go through all that. So it's going to be winter, and then it's
D3
spring, and then
while we
summer,
wait
and
for
it
the
does
queue.
change. Like what kind of stuff can be found, what kind of armor you need to wear. Dual wielding is gigantic. So now you can combine anything that goes in one hand, and that opens up a lot of possibilities. In Outward 1, like you had your offhand could only have a set amount of things, and you had your main hand. Now you can just interchange. You can have 2 shields if you want. It sucks. I don't recommend, but you can. Of course, like just visually, and the fact that it is much more lush, it's more built, it's more visually vibrant. That's going to be something that people will notice very quickly.
Just like logging in.
One, we have 8 skill trees, and all those skill trees have some exclusive skills. So if you take one, you can't take the other, and you have a maximum of 3 breakthrough points. So there's only 3 skill trees that you can learn from to the maximum of the capabilities. Otherwise, you only have like the first few layers of skills available. One thing we added are the attribute points, the core stats. So strength, agility, constitution, willpower, intelligence. We added those. We're gonna track a lot of different things that you do. They're all gonna have like different thresholds. So let's say you dodge attacks successfully a certain number of times, you unlock a note that will give you a passive trait and increase your agility. So
like
very
that. That's a
small
cool system.
incremental changes. We start with very simple things, and it expands us in more and more circles. So you won't be able from the very start to unlock all 3 skill trees just because you have the cash to do it. You will have to have experience. You will need to have practiced the life of danger in Ori to be able to understand, like get to the next level.
I think some footage is with a mouse,
Other than
some
that,
footage
well,
with a
I think it's
controller.
important to note that all 4 regions are new regions, so it's really just completely new environment to explore.
Have I seen that GTA
Today,
6
we're gonna be
might not
taking a
even
deep
be
dive
this
into
year
our
anymore?
upcoming
No,
action
I didn't
RPG,
see that.
Varen's Call. The world of Leda is entirely shrouded by darkness on one side, while scorched by endless sun on the other. These incredibly hostile areas are known as the Forsaken Realms, which, as you may have
Mr.
noticed,
Bill, I think
is
that's
the name of the
68
universe
months.
we're
Yo, 1 month
meticulously
away.
crafting. Your first steps within the Forsaken
Thank you,
Realms
Mr. Bill.
will
How you
take you
doing
to the
today?
Vale of Varen, a city on the brink of collapse, and the first of our narrative-focused adventures. You'll step into the boots of a lone mercenary, seeking to answer Varen's call for aid, and maybe earn some gold and glory along the way. It's clear that Varen needs a hero, and every hero needs a way to slay the countless fantastical beasts they'll encounter. Varen's Call aims to cater to a wide range of playstyles, offering you the freedom to combat the unknown in a variety of ways. Whether you prefer to be a nimble-footed archer, flinging fireballs between arrows, or face your foes toe-to-toe as an axe-wielding
Whirlwind, log in!
The game's classless system means you're never locked into playing a specific way. You have the ability to adapt, alter, or completely switch playstyles midway through your adventure. Unlock and spend perk points to obtain new skills and abilities, and level up your mercenary's core stats by gaining character experience. Hidden chests throughout the world will reward you with a range of weapons, armor, and unique trinkets, some providing unique effects
Is
to
this
help you gain an
persistent
edge in your next
progression?
combat encounter. The local hamlet of South Vale acts as a hub.
Is he got a
safe
scythe
space
on?
that provides various amenities for you to further develop
That was
your
a
character.
scythe.
Use the forge to upgrade the weapons and armor you find throughout the world, and the dismantling bench to deconstruct items for materials. The spell crafting table can be used to increase the power of your magic. Everything from an area of effect freeze attack that stops the enemy in their tracks, to ripping up the ground from underneath their feet with destructive force. Use the trap making bench to upgrade and unlock new traps and gadgets. A nice complement to your arsenal, allowing you the opportunity to catch your enemies off guard. And finally, the alchemy cauldron. This can be used to custom brew a multitude of mixtures, from replenishing health
Yeah,
and restoring
Fable's in a
stamina
few days.
to curing yourself of
well,
nasty status
the
effects.
Fable Direct
These
Showcase.
concoctions are sure to aid you on your journey. Okay, great. So you've equipped that shiny new helmet, purchased that slightly overpriced magic spell you always had your eyes on, and upgraded that new Polybuster barrel to the volatile variant that has even more boom. You're ready to get back into the fight, but maybe you want a change of pace. Yes, you're supposed to be the hero and save the city, but heroes need breaks too. Besides, there's a whole world to explore, and quirky characters from all walks of life need your help with their problems.
Then you've come about the job.
You might find yourself involved in a murder mystery, helping a local peacekeeper catch the criminal behind the death of her beloved friend.
They are
Or maybe
remastering
you're
Fable
on a
1.
mission
Really? I don't know if I knew
to
that.
rid Varen of the Gnomi scourge that plagues the city, all because a crazy guy in an outhouse called you a hero?
know the truth.
Maybe we should stick to the main task at hand after all.
I thought my computer
Firen's Call is
crashed for
soon
a
to release
second.
on PC with full controller support, with the aim of releasing on consoles at a later date. Our game is inspired by classics like Fable and The Elder Scrolls.
Oh, there it
so
is.
if this sounds like your kind of adventure, consider heading over to
Inspired by
Steam
Fable
and
and The
adding it to
Elder
your wish list to
Scrolls.
stay up to date with us. Until
That's pretty
then,
cool.
We'll see you mercenaries soon.
There's like a little bit of jank to the combat, but I don't know. I dig it. Looks like Enshrouded. Dragon Twin. Epic fantasy dragon riding game. 30-minute yap incoming. Stop. Dude, did anyone play Player on PS3? Focuses the stages on the tech and systems needed to bring the concept to life at an unprecedented level of fidelity. Full scope of the game will become more clear over time. Gotcha. Player was like 4 hours long. Early access demo available to Patreon supporters. Well, the actual like dragon flying was pretty sick. The only thing is like, what else do you do? Extensive dragon creator. That is quite extensive. They were not lying.
First question I had was, how hard is this game going to be? Because the most common question about the original Outward was, okay, this is like, does it have to be so hard?
I actually got to play the game in the alpha version, and I got my ass kicked.
I'm glad.
Deserved.
But it's actually amazing. Like, I actually really enjoyed it because exploring this game felt very rewarding, and there's like a camping system, so you can camp like right outside like the enemy zone, and then you prepare like your weapons and everything to wreck the enemy, because if you don't prepare, oh, you're in trouble.
It's known to be a very, very hardcore survival, and when I was talking to Guillaume, he was like, if you die, it is likely your fault. And we all heard him say, like, it's not hard, but it is demanding, and they always at all times want to live up to those words, which is really awesome. And they will have a pack mule, which he said, of course, shocker, can die if you don't take care of it.
Of course.
But it's, one of the big struggles was with inventory and spacing along other struggles that players had to really try and, play out this game. Like you were saying earlier, you can't dilly-dally in this game. You have to really know what you're going to do, and eventually you'll get a hang of things. But another big one was dual wielding. So you can dual wield, he says, anything in the game. You can even double shield it up, which he says is not recommended.
You can attack with the shield, it's super close.
He really loves to stress all of these niche things.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Like you can sprain your ankle, you can
Oh
perforate a lung.
Trauma.
She has clearly sprained. You can sprain her.
I also got brain damage.
You can have a concussion. It will all impact you, and all of these ailments like take different lengths of time to recover from.
I got a concussion in game as well. It was really tough.
As well.
What were you doing? What were you doing out of game?
It was kind. No, it was just kind of like a play on, because whenever I told people I got a concussion, brain damage in game, a lot of people in my chat was like in game.
Sounds like the most hardcore of hardcore survivals.
It was really fun, and you can also play with friends, and then
yet.
things become a lot more bearable.
They've showed the split screen.
Yes,
and it
you
looks
can play
awesome.
split screen
weird,
with
they're
your
all
friends,
sitting
and
on
it's
pillows.
really
I
nice.
did not notice that.
Especially because then, like, you
They
get
are all
beaten up,
sitting on
and then your
pillows.
friends get beaten up, so and then you
You
know.
can get digital concussions together.
Next up, we have Forsaken Realms, Baron's Call. We were all sitting here saying it looks
It looks sick.
Most
Yeah, I like this
importantly,
game.
controllers. I can play that one.
I was trying to put my finger on what like the vibe was, and at the very end of the trailer, they say inspired by games like Fable. They really struck an interesting vibe. It seems like it's got a lot of soul and heart in it.
We've talked about music a lot today. I just want to say that was something I noticed right there. That flute, there's something about a flute. When a flute starts playing,
when the
in a
flute
fantasy
I
game,
think
dude,
the
when the
Twitch
flute
Prime
started playing, he
appreciate
was like,
that.
I'm ready to go to war.
No, the game looks
Thank you,
really nice.
yeah,
It looks
you
very
done that.
well detailed, and I can't wait to try it.
They angled it that like, hey, you can do this thing. You can really focus on combat and the main quest line, the main story, but this is also an expansive world where there are a bunch of little side stories where you can go to these individual side characters and like help them catch their chicken.
Yeah,
or
yeah,
murder mystery or whatever it is. And I feel like that's what builds out a world and makes it feel more full. So I think it looks great. Third, we had Dragon Twin.
Hopefully we'll also play great. Yeah, I like the look of that game.
Dude, you can.
I wonder if
make
that's coming
your
out
own
this
dragon.
year.
There's a character creator for your dragon.
Did you see the neck customizer? I mean, like, Jake was like,
To be fair, is very early in production. They're working on all these systems for Dragonflight, and as they mentioned in the trailer, it's still a work in progress. They're like finding the game and what it's going to be based on funding, Patreon support, things like that. But I mean, just like imagining the vision of a kingdom builder where like you're in command of dragons like Khaleesi, like inject that into my veins. It's another one of those games I didn't know I needed or wanted, but
never even came across your mind. You're like, wait a second.
so you see and you're like, of course.
Of course I need
awesome.
that.
I can't wait to see how it
Xbox Showcase
progresses
in
because
June.
it already looks
Well, there's an Xbox
amazing.
Showcase this month.
But they left the combat pretty
For Fable?
open-ended. Like we saw some
might just be
battle
Fable.
scenes. We saw some light with other dragons maybe fighting, and how that's going to come into play. I'm really curious
The
about.
movement, I mean, you're gonna get some battlefield pilots.
It's so cinematic.
The cinematic shots you're going to get with that dragon is going to be crazy.
The Cube!
Next up, we have some
Let's
exclusive
go.
content coming from Munfish, a comparison of the twins from Atomic Heart, now in the Cube, a very exciting game I think we're all looking forward to. And for Atomic Heart, some new screenshots
Please look
from their
cool.
DLC.
Please be
number
gameplay.
4. On top of that, there is also Immortal Gates of Pyre that we had an incredible interview with that Jake hosted, where we talk a little bit about the making of the game, the people behind it, and RTS in general.
Atomic Heart's getting another DLC? Interesting.
Is it recording?
Yeah, it is.
It's in the sky, a giant cube.
Oh shit.
I can still barely believe it myself. When it showed up, I was in the lab. I didn't even see it. You know? I felt that same fear, though. A terrible
It is the
sense of
same
my
trailer.
own powerlessness. How did the whole of humanity miss it? And did we actually miss it? What if the cube didn't appear, but revealed itself? What if it was always there, and we've only just started to see it?
Shut up, Cameron. There's no way that's it. That was
so
the
Immortal
cube,
Gates of
yeah.
Pyre is an attempt to modernize and make more accessible the RTS genre while simultaneously keeping all of the complexity and the opportunities for mastery.
Am I crazy, or did they
that
just
have
play
made
the
RTS
trailer
so
that got shown
popular
like
over
6
the
months
years?
ago?
So it's I would refer to it as a Blizzard-style RTS. The fast action, big battles, very tactical, kind of very rapid-fire chess.
What did I do?
That RTS, in part because it was dominated by a few big players, never really went through the kind of indie transformational experimentation. Some of the companies that tried to do so did so by stripping away features or losing some of the things that really made
footage and
RTS
exclusive
great. In the early days,
interviews.
we surveyed a lot of players in both MOBA and RTS communities, and found that they really loved the fantasy
Tanner,
of
I think the 10
commanding
months
an
appreciate
RTS.
that.
At the end of the day, if you were to strip it all away, is just you're
Is there
commanding
more,
an
or
army,
is
another
that
guy's
it?
commanding an army in real time.
Yeah.
Right? Because you get individual unit control, it can be very overwhelming, and because you're also building those units, because you're building a base, because you're
coming,
having
Copium.
to do so much macroing along with the microing simultaneously that
I
for
mean,
most
that's
players it
disappointing,
just gets
hopefully. I kinda
overwhelming
doubt it,
and
though.
complicated. And so we worked through it kind of line by line, trying to figure out what are the rote tasks, what are the things that players are required to do that are not really decisions, that are more just chores, right? And how do we make more and more of the complexity in the game, but optional, opt-in? We refer to it as opt-in complexity. And then simultaneously, how do we create a world and experiences and game modes that people want to be a part of? We want to take this genre and show people this
They're
genre
still
isn't
apparently
dead.
showing
People want
Atomic
this
Heart
fantasy, they
2,
want this experience. A lot of it has to do
maybe
with
they would talk about
things
the
like
cube
the UI and the UX, the unit design, and a lot of that opt-in complexity. So, for example, in most RTSs, you always have to be building workers. If you're not building workers, you're falling behind on your economy and you're screwed. The
will go from
correct
your nap
move,
for that.
with very few exceptions, is to build a worker every chance you get. So we made that automated, but have a toggle. If
Yeah.
you want it turned off, you can.
We'll
So
wait
if
till
you're
the
trying
yap
to
part
do
of this,
a specific timing attack,
and
you can, but we took
see if
that
they mention anything
complexity
about it. If not,
away.
we'll
One of the other things
go do
is
something else.
how in MOBAs you have a unified command card, right? All of the abilities and castable abilities on your hero are easy
Look at
to
the
reach.
Steam
You
page
can
for
hit
the
all of
cube.
those buttons very quickly on one hand. We redesigned the UI UX to be the same way. So you can select your whole army with one button by default, and then all of the abilities, castable abilities of your army are also on that one unified command card.
I don't see anything
One of the
new.
things that
For
people
sure this
often
was all
tell us
there
is that when they
before.
watch our game, it looks like an RTS, but when they play it, it almost plays more like a MOBA in terms of how they're commanding their army. Our early idea was if we bring the top, 10 modders within generally the strategy gaming space, if we bring them all together and we say, if we were to come together and build a game that truly is the next generation of RTS, what does it look like? And that's what we set out to do. The 1v1 or 2v2 PvP experiences, they're similar to a StarCraft or a StarCraft 2. Maps, we did redesign the maps and we redesigned the mechanics in a way that 2v2 is actually really, really fun. It's a core support gameplay mode. And players, including pro players, have actually really enjoyed doing 2v2 tournaments. But the ultimate goal is to destroy the enemy's town centers, and so it's kind of a tactical back and forth with counters and strategic snipings and using immortal abilities in clever ways. So it's great for mastery and laddering and skill gain. Ultimately,
the
at
link.
least
Yeah,
the
I
goal
don't
is
think
to
any of
have
that's
other
new, though.
PvP modes that are more casual or more playful, kind of some chaos modes, auto battler modes, things like that, where if you just have 10 minutes and you want to have a beer while doing it, and you want to do something that's a bit strategic, but you don't want to get that sweaty, we want to have those experiences too. That's a big part of the target market that we're looking at, is people that like to be challenged mentally but don't necessarily want to try to do the crazy APM and don't want to get too invested in the competition. We want to do a full grand campaign. The inspiration for how we kind of want, or how we see the ideal campaign, if we can build it, is very similar.
I did have a good New Year's. How you doing?
It's a grand campaign. You can be kind of any of these different factions and conquering territory and building new and unique stories.
For Silver Palace? No.
One of the better trailers that I think we all saw back around SGF last
not
year.
our new trailer that we're showing with this. Of course, the twin comparison is new, which is very cool to see the twins for the first time in this universe, if you like Atomic Heart. But the trailer itself for the Cube, nothing new.
The potential for that game is like unmatched. It is a crazy
They're so
concept.
good at cinematics, and also just like the
It's called
concept
the Cube.
of playing a game like that.
And we've
with the
officially
map
been baited.
constantly changing, the biomes changing. It like breaks my
GTA,
brain
but
to think
anime
about,
style.
but in a fun way. I think.
Like different terrains, different weather.
They show that sliding clip where she's sliding, and then as the cube is apparently rotating, we don't know how that mechanic even works with the
Well, I'm
map.
assuming you can fall off. Like if you fall
You would
off the
think,
map,
right?
you just like that's. I'm sure you're
Or get
dead.
crushed.
And they've taken so many gameplay mechanics already. We saw from that short trailer. You saw wall running. You saw just like traditional gunplay.
The other cool part to me is that it is set in a universe that people have already been a part of somehow.
The world of Atomic Heart's very interesting.
Can you
as well.
explain it a little bit?
It's kind of like it is Soviet Russia in an alternate timeline where they've mastered robotics, but then there's like evil robots.
And in terms of vibe, it's kind of like Soviet Bioshock. And it's a vibe.
That's a good way to put it.
And what's interesting is that from the original game Atomic Heart, one of the primary things people loved about it were like the boss fights and then like the outdoor environments and the art direction. And that is just the cube. And then they're adding in this multiplayer component as well with like, it seems like PvE elements with bosses that you'll fight against together
Soviet
as the
Russia
cube
game bait,
rotates.
yeah.
I can't
Atomic
wait to
Heart
find out
either.
more.
We've
I
played
love
through
how
Atomic Heart.
open-ended they
We
are.
should beat it
Mudfish
on
is like,
stream.
we are all curious because we don't know the exact direction they're going and where it could end up. And I was trying to pinpoint like what game I was looking at, because we are gonna flow into Atomic Heart, and I love that tie between those worlds. But I honestly saw a piece of like the finals and the first destructibility and cube movement we saw when the finals first released. There was something about that aesthetic that I also saw, and I was like, okay, now I'm instantly locked back into this.
All right.
The DLCs people love. There's already Atomic Heart 1 and 2. This is their fourth and final DLC for Atomic Heart. And when we saw the trailer, we saw the screenshots, it adds new environments and it looks good.
Yeah.
You know? Then the third game on our list with that one was Immortal Gates of Pyre by Sunspear. Jake, you had a great conversation with Ian.
My boy Ian. It's a game that's been in development for a long time. We're gonna probably talk about how it's a group of modders, and so they've hired a lot of modders, and they have that DNA for this game and a lot of the concepts they want to plan out for the future. They've had hands on this for almost 10 years, but they've been working hard on it for about 5, is what they would tell you. And they really want to try and combat, as we all know, like the RTS genre is really hard to get into because
high barrier of entry.
I agree, because it's like you see these games, you know RTS games, and you're like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to work on micro, macro, and all those movements per second and whatnot.
I've seen that
and
one.
they want to try and
Zoopunk?
combat the
No.
pillars that have already established themselves in the RTS genre. We know Age of Empires, but we also know StarCraft is the one that people kind of go to. And he was saying they've had these games in the genre that blew up so early on that it's been hard for companies like this to make a new RTS and survive and branch out and be somewhat unique to what we already have kind of attached to.
I do like that they're kind of emphasizing accessibility, because I think it is pretty intimidating for new players. That's why a lot of people don't want to, are kind of
They
turned
seem to
off
have a
by
good strategy.
RTS. It's just so overwhelming to look at.
It's awesome. I'm one of the people who haven't played RTS because I don't want to go against Sweaty Joe, who's been playing this his entire life. I have no.
He lives.
Yeah, I don't have any clue how to do it.
I live for micro, macro movements,
This is
bro.
cool. And then you can have the sweaty experience if you want, or you can have the experience where you just sit at home and have a beer.
I did when he said that, I was like, that's my guy.
Exactly.
This game was made for.
But I do want to really support him, and when it comes to breaking,
All right,
cracking
you guys want to watch
through
the rest
whatever
of the showcase?
current,
They still got Crimson
you know,
Desert,
yeah,
or
the
could do
current
something else.
stereotype in that genre is they're trying to innovate, they're trying to do things differently.
Up to
and
y'all.
one last
I'm
thing,
down for
they're
either.
very, very community focused. So. Like a lot of the devs we've spoken to, they love their community, they found their diehards, and it really has shaped the project. And so I hope we see it in the near future.
Next up, we have what I'm calling kind of a Western section. We have some new footage from the game X-Killer. That's going to be Paradark Studio. There's Far Far West from Evil Raptor and Erosion from Plot Twist.
Evil West? Isn't that a game that came out already?
Welcome to the world of Exile. We are Kasia and Amadeus, the creators of the game.
And this is Gameplay Overview. Exile is a first-person action-adventure game that encourages exploration, rewards curiosity.
X-Killer is like Cyberpunk.
Never holds your hand.
You play as Denzel Phoenix, an Execular, a corporate bounty hunter.
Execulars hunt down fugitives and reclaim souls from those who try to escape the system.
One of the game's main hubs is the Tower, a massive fortress city ruled by the Helion Corporation. This is where you accept contracts, upgrade your gear, and prepare for missions.
Job well done, contract fulfilled.
The game is structured in chapters, and almost everyone begins and ends in the tower.
Outside the tower lies a harsh, scorched desert. You travel through it in a heavily modified car designed to protect you from extreme conditions, such as heat and radiation. Inside the vehicle, you have access to your computer, storage, and a working radio.
This does look cool.
From your...
Anything? Not really. They showed off the cube, but it was the exact same trailer that they played like 6 months ago with nothing else.
Survival
I don't even know why they included it. I could have just watched that on
Inventory
YouTube.
space is limited.
You know what I mean?
Every
Like,
item matters.
Why even put that on the list of games that they're debuting?
About what to carry and what to leave behind.
Helion's high-tech systems allow you to hack devices, pick locks, and access restricted areas.
Everything else has
Your
been like
cybernetic
new
implants help you uncover hidden
interviews and
elements
talks and footage,
investigate
and then the one
environment.
game I was excited for was quite literally just a repeat. Like what? What the fuck?
Missions and level design are fully non-linear. There's no single way to complete a contract. Stealth, dialogue, and combat are all valid approaches.
So far, the best looking thing to me was probably that Skyrim Fable-inspired
In
game.
every decision
I like that one.
matters.
What's it gonna be? Plata or muerte?
Wishlist Executor on Steam.
Hi everyone, Robert here from Fireshine Games. I am the Senior Product Manager for Far Far West, developed by the incredible 6-person team at Evil Raptor. Far Far West is a 1-to-4 player co-op PvE first-person shooter where you play as robot cowboys in a weird western world. Work together to kill bosses, collect bounties, and cleanse the lands of the evil enemy invaders. Today, I'm going to talk you through a short, single-round session of Far Far West. Here, we're exploring the Far Far West hometown, an evolving space where you can upgrade your weapons, spells, and characters.
I kind of dig this.
Once the team is geared up and ready to go, we can pick the bounty we want to hunt and drop into the game. Now that we have dropped into the map, it is time to head to our first objective. We can travel around the map much faster with the use of our trusty horses, which you can summon with the press of a button. When fighting enemies, I can use different firearms and a variety of spells to do damage or heal myself and teammates. spells and guns can also be comboed together to make their effects more powerful, spread their damage further, or even create new spells.
It's giving like Wild
To
West
summon this boss,
Gunfire
we need to do the
Reborn.
obvious. Launch a nuke at its nest. So let's get this rocket loaded with explosives and shoot it into the sky. When playing co-op, you have to work together as a team to complete the objectives and defend yourself from enemy attacks. Right now, we're throwing sticks of dynamite to my teammate for him to put in the rocket,
roguelike game
of which he is
called
actually only
that you can like slide on rails.
While carrying out objectives, you will attract the attention of the enemy hordes, who will try and stop you. Now we have the rocket all powered up, let's launch it at the boss nest to really make it angry. This bounty is far from over. Now we have to take the beast down. Let's summon the boss and get this party started.
RoboQuest, yeah, that's the one.
We won and the boss is dead, but we aren't safe yet. So let's get to the station to get the last train out of town. When the train is called, we have to stay alive for its arrival, which is easier said than done when the whole of the far west wants you dead. We made it out alive. Well, some of us, which means we get to keep the resources we found along the way. These will allow us to upgrade our characters even more and be stronger for the next bounty. This was just one simple game of Far Far West. There are multiple bosses, maps, objectives, weapons, spells, upgrades, and cosmetics, all unlockable through play. You can play the playtest with your friends right now.
Oh, shut up. That's cool. I like that game.
As a parent, you've got one job. Protect your family. Whatever happens, you do it or die trying. But even if you kick the bucket, you don't stay dead for long.
You reminded me of it this morning.
Every dead boss a decade.
He passed on to the next line.
I kind of dig this too. Like this is something I'd like pick up on my Steam Deck. Erosion.
First up, we saw X Killer. That's coming from Paradox Studio. It's kind of, I mean, the vibes look great to me. It was reminding me a little bit, you disagreed, but like a cyberpunk in the wild.
No, I
West.
just see it. I just see it.
And the animation work was crazy good, like the world building.
I think the way it's
Yeah,
described
those were
is a
probably the three best
post-apocalyptic
games shown
Western style
so far. I
FPS
like that.
with a bounty hunter
S3.
vibe. And so we even saw in the trailer they were picking up bounties. It kind of reminds me of Fallout as well.
Yeah,
a little bit,
little
you
bit
know?
of Fallout in there.
So I think it looks like a lot of fun. That
My most
could be a
anticipated
new,
are still going to
kinda like
be
staple
the
in those
Cube
types
and
of games to me at least.
Yeah, it's a great combination.
Honestly,
It looks
probably
fantastic. Like it's
the
coming,
game.
It's coming from such a small
Sci-fi
team.
cowboy, I'm in.
Yeah, done.
Say less.
Money.
Then we had Far Far West coming from Evil Raptor, Western-themed action shooter project. The way I've been describing it, to be honest with you, is Western Sea of Thieves. There's a lot of depth there. It looks like, I mean, that's not a bad comparison. Sea of Thieves was very fun to me.
What if Sea of Thieves but Cowboys, basically?
Well, it's that, but also with specific hunts
game
and like
shown?
bounties. We're going out
a game
and
that
doing boss
you would
fights with
like
each
just
other.
got shown.
It seems very
called Far,
teamwork
Far
based.
West.
You saw a clip there where
That
they
looks
were
like
fighting the boss
co-op
on the ground, and one of them was up top, and he
Western
teammate threw the
gunfire, in a way.
dynamite up, caught it, planted it. Looks really cool.
Third on this list, another Western. This game is pretty mind-blowing. I think we're all on the same page for that.
The art
was
style is
Erosion.
divine.
I could see this one being like...
This is going to be a big one.
Yeah, a big one.
Well, like the most compelling aspect of it to me is the time passing affecting not just the world that you're exploring, but also like literally your daughter. She grows older every death that happens.
I think it's
a decade goes
yeah.
past.
So the worse you are at the game.
If you die 20 times, like she's not gonna be
dead.
there when you get there. You're gonna be talking to a gravestone. But it's just a very captivating art style, like you
It's also
mentioned.
open world.
Open world roguelike. Yes.
We're gonna have
It
people
is a
that are
roguelike.
gonna want to go deathless runs of this. I hope that maybe there's a glimpse of hope of like if you have a deathless run or maybe a one
That's
death
like
run,
the true ending or something.
there's a
That's-
happy ending. But
Yeah.
I imagine that most other endings are not going to be so happy, or
Yeah.
at least a bit sadder.
Exciting stuff.
Yeah,
It looks
exciting.
really good.
We're gonna see a lot from that game.
For sure.
The Division?
Next up, we have a very exciting section for people who like competitive games, shooter games. We have an awesome interview that Jake did with the
No, I
executive
never played
producer of the
Sivu.
Division franchise. We also
I almost
have Alpha
misread
Response,
that.
a game
Dead
coming
Bones is, have
from
you played
the original
STFU?
creator of Counter-Strike, Min Lee, or Gooseman, whatever you know him as. Last Man Sitting from Pixel Pizza, and Sand Raiders of Sophie by Hollygriff.
We played Shut the Fuck Up.
If you imagine a real world location, the most important city in the United States, Washington, D.C., completely
Oh, they're talking about
ravaged
Survivors.
by a pandemic and struck by the strongest, worst blizzard of all time. And you are
This
going
is the
to
new
have to
game mode coming to the
survive
Division.
and extract the most valuable resources. And of course, that leads us to survivors. So what are we doing? Like, we can't rest on our laurels, our 10-year-old laurels from survival. So we're reimagining it. We're bringing this snowstorm, this weather change to Washington, D.C.
Holy shit, Division
That's something
1.
that you've never seen in Washington, D.C. We're going to transform the entire map. We're thinking about it in a very different way with innovations that haven't been seen yet. There's a focus on this to make it such a different feeling experience from the core Division 2 experience. I think
They're
we've got
showing
something
footage from the new
super,
season of
super
Division,
promising.
not Survival.
Survivors
Or
is
Survivors.
developed with Magnus Jensen, who is the original Division 1 creative director. So this is a guy who lives and breathes the Division. He's so excited about jumping into this type of game mode again. And there is a hint in the title of something that we're going to be doing really differently from everybody else. We always develop with a player in mind, with player types in mind. And I think here we have to acknowledge that the Division 2 has a large player base of passionate gamers. And one of the things that we want to do is really lean into the sort of comfort game of the Division 2. People are happy to jump in, know their way around the controller, know their way around the map. They know how to play this game. So we're going to take that and subvert it a little bit and change the map and make sure that the weather has an impact on you, which it doesn't have in Division 2. So there are lots of little things that we're doing to surprise our core audience. Veteran players, they're going to be surprised. All of these locations that they know by heart, they're going to be transformed. So the Division 3 is in production, right? This is not a secret. It's
Division
been
3,
announced. It's
yay!
shaping up to be a monster. I can't really say anything more than that, but this is within these walls in Massive. We are working extremely hard on something that I think will be as big an impact as Division 1 was. There's a team in Paris working on this, and
Loom, I
they're
don't have
putting the
all of my
final
spirit buffs
touches
active on
a
all my weapon
mobile
sets.
execution of the promise of Division 1. So, Division 1, New York, pandemic strikes, take back New York. This is a brand new story with mechanics that are really fine-tuned
Oh
to
no,
a
they're showing the
mobile
Division
phone.
mobile game now.
Graphically,
Didn't this
this,
get canned?
this looks like a PS5. You may have seen the adverts for it. It looks phenomenal, really, really good. It plays really good, and it has a few innovations. You know, the Dark Zone, this area of atypical PvP. It was an area where,
Div
much
3
like
before
other
GTA
games
6.
today,
Nah, Div
popular
3 is
games
probably
today,
not for
you
another
could walk
few
around,
years.
you could hear gunshots, go over there, there'd be another agent. You'd approach cautiously, feel each other
Is
out, and
Division
decide
Survivors
whether to partner
like
or to actually engage in PvP.
a Dark
The
Zone
whole
mode?
of the
That's kind of my
resurgence
confusion
map
on it.
is friendly to other agents.
Or is it
So
like a whole new
you'll hear
like survival
gunshots on a
based
corner.
thing?
You won't need to be in the Dark Zone. It could be anywhere, and you can group with those people. So PvP is off by default, but being able to group up and to see other agents in the streets, that's never been done in a Division game before, let alone a mobile game.
Why is it not about the mobile game? Survival based, but there's only other players you killed too. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm not familiar with the original game mode. Yo, why does this look like the Time Crisis arcade game? Am I crazy? Is this Time Crisis? I'm so confused on what this is. This is that arcade game at the movie theater. Oh, that's what I'm saying. It looks like a arcade game. That you'd pick up with the gun and with the foot pedals. You all have arcades at your movie theaters? You don't? Having my eardrums violated. Alpha response available now on Steam. Hey yo, what is this? Shooter skateboarding on chairs. Dude, what? You're just connected to a chair. Last man sitting. Incredible. Honestly, I fuck with it. better skate gameplay than Skate 4, dude.
Last
Skate
Man
4 is
City
such a disappointment.
Is a game where you blast through the environment mounted on an office chair. So you're always on an office chair. And you also have a freaking gun. So movement-wise, it sort of feels a bit like you're skating, but it's also most definitely a shooter.
And you guys also described the game as a battle royale. So does it lean BR? Is it more shooter? Is it a mix of both? How's that go?
So many years ago, during early like prototypes of the game, it was a battle royale game. And it sort of went viral and got like a lot of followings based on some short videos of the game. But then as we developed the game more, we found that we wanted to gravitate away from that a bit. So we saw some limitations with the Battle Royale gameplay. Eventually the game became more like more of a 4-player chaotic PvP shooter, more like a shooter version of Super Smash Bros., which is like one of our favorite games at the office. There's like different maps. There's different modes also. We worked on the
this would be a
PvP
wild
mode.
BR.
We also made a PvE mode, which is more like maybe best compared to Swarm survival games. So it's more like a lightly narrated story where you go up against your manager and you like go up in the floors of an office building. You have to survive for a certain amount of time. There's more and more enemies coming that become more numerous and more ridiculous as time goes by. There's mini bosses, there's main bosses, and you level up, you get power-ups. And this is where like you can get even more power-ups when playing the PvE game mode. So that's when it gets really ridiculous.
Okay.
Then you can unlock, of course, new weapons, new characters, new abilities. You can upgrade your
this
chair.
one? I don't even remember. It was something police.
We looked a lot at this like early 2000s aesthetic.
I can tell you.
Which we thought was like really cool, especially like when we started designing the user interface. We felt like, you know, what if the whole user interface just felt like Windows Millennium Edition or Windows XP, and you have that those little square windows, and you have the font that we all remember. So eventually the game sort of became more of this like 2000s nostalgia type game. We also have a lot of like Counter-Strike players at the office. So that's definitely something that I think has had its imprint on the game as well. Imagine it's 2002 and you're listening to punk music and you're playing on your Windows XP computer. That's sort of the feeling that we want to.
The US news. Good one. World of Tanks, but with walking houses. Steampunk Sea of Thieves, yeah. I think this is Canyon. This is Sand Raiders of Sophie.
I say first up, we're going to talk about the Division interview. Of course, we weren't able to get a ton of new information, but they are working on a lot of different projects right now.
I don't know if I've ever talked to anyone else who has 26
There's still a
years
rumor going on that we're getting a remastered AC Black Flag.
I was doing a bit of glazing because everything he said felt like a storytelling experience. And so we're talking about Survivors, and this is the kind of redone version of Division 1's original Survival. And so it's a snowstorm impacted, weather hit Washington, D.C., and it's what he kind of also alluded to as like one of the original extraction shooter-esque like games. But yeah, you have to fight for survival out and Weather the Elements. He says it's really shaping up. And also original players of Survival are going to experience, he couldn't tell me everything, but they're going to get to experience, you know, remastered things and things that are updated from the original that they did want, but he couldn't tell me too much as to what it was, besides that it's really shaping up and it's really interesting. And both new coming players, you don't have to play Division or Division 2 to stumble across this and love it just as much.
I think with the success, obviously, of games like Arc Raiders right now, you even mentioned that, it's an interesting conversation around, do you try to chase those things and copy stuff, or not even copy, but take inspiration from it, or are you having to come up with your own ideas that you've been working on for 10 years or however long is? It's just interesting how they've been working on this for a long time, and now there's a mega popular game in the same exact vein.
Yeah, and he said it a lot more eloquently than I can ever represent it as, but you know, he realized it's probably a mix of things. Like a lot of other games are doing extraction shooters with certain things here, but they've also had an image of where they want to be and where they want to go for quite some time now, and now they're finally getting to breathe that into existence slowly.
They also talked a little bit about Division 3, which when I say a little bit, I mean like a little bit.
He gave me a quote. He gave me a quote. Julian said this. He said, "It's shaping up to be a monster." And I said, I'm gonna clip that, Julian. Thank you very much.
I would say a highly anticipated game that they can't share a lot about, but we were excited just to hear that it's a monster, as much as people love these other games. Next up, we had Alpha Response coming from Min Lee.
For anyone who doesn't know Min Lee, the original creator of Counter-Strike, I love this guy. We've had the chance to meet him on a couple occasions, also sit down and talk with him. He went to his first Counter-Strike major this past year. It was an incredibly rare experience to see like such a notorious dev get to see what his game has truly become, and he was there since the very beginning. And then to see like an esport develop out of it was crazy. Not to go on too much of a tangent, but he still has that shooter DNA in him, and so this is kind of a mission-based shooter, might you, and you also play as law enforcement, but the goal is to complete a series of missions, and yeah, definitely remains true to the whole shooter Gooseman DNA.
It looks like Counter-Strike meets Payday, but you're the good guy. I mean, you're the law enforcement.
Then, speaking of Counter-Strike, we talked to a guy who was highly inspired by Counter-Strike, which is so cool to me to have in the showcase. So like, we have the OG who made this game, then we have a guy who's inspired by that guy. This was Last Man Sitting.
It's so ridiculous, and I love it.
We need games like this.
It feels like a mixture of like Tony Hawk's Skater Pro, but replace the skates with chairs, and then
give them all weapons.
And give them some guns. Why not?
The clips are going to be insane.
Yeah.
You're going to see some wild stuff come out of this game. The things people are going to be doing.
And they're still working on a lot when it comes to PvP versus PvE, but at the core base of it, they want it to be PvP based. It's going to be a round-based game, and so I believe 4 players, so super competitive lobbies, but I think you can
also a chaotic shoot.
Very chaotic, and it progresses round by round. So their unique feature in competitive balancing is it's the first player to win 5 rounds, but if you lose a round, you get a power-up. So you get an ability, and that is their way to balance.
Even the odds a little bit.
You can even upgrade your chair.
Yeah, so by the end, which you can, and by the end, it's gonna be pretty hectic because of course, if everyone's taking their turns and winning 3 rounds, 4 rounds, whatever, by the end, you're all gonna be super OP. And so the ultimate goal is to win that 5th round, you're gonna have to beat some pretty high-powered people.
My favorite part of the interview is hearing him say, you know, we're inspired by Counter-Strike, Super Smash Bros, the Call of Duty era. He just wanted to see people 360 no-scope others and like made a game out of it.
In an office chair.
And if you see the trailer, you'll see the agents or the characters, and you'll be like, oh, that looks like Counter-Strike, and he'll say, yep, that was kind of, we're all big Counter-Strike
You just know
fans.
he grew up on the quick scope montages, 360 trick shots.
Well, and I love the idea of like they're sitting brainstorming the game, and he's like, I want to make a shooter, but what's our unique spin on it?
Wait a second.
Guys, get in here. You're never gonna believe this. You might want to sit down.
It'll make sense.
Then finally, in that section, we had Sand Raiders of Sophie. The developer is Holly Griff as well as Tower House, but the publisher is Tiny Build, who we're all very familiar with. This is a co-op action adventure. You're in a desert world. Honestly, it reminded me of another, I don't remember it. They were like sailing in the desert in some other game, but this, my favorite part about this is that you could see them building your ship. that you're then like traversing the desert
It's kind of
and
like a
fighting
base
people.
building.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminded me of Sea of Thieves meets Base Builder.
Rust.
Where you're like, yeah, you're building your own
Rust.
ship. Yeah, it's very cool.
Rust on legs.
There's also normal gunplay too as well though, which I found. At first I was like, oh, it looks cool, but then I saw there were like normal guns too. So.
I like it's a new concept. I feel like where they were probably, I have to assume, fans of Rust or fans of different types of games. They're like, okay, what if we make a moving base in the desert, and then you can explode people's bases? Or I'm curious. We didn't see it in the trailer. I'm curious if you can raid other people's bases.
I'm pretty sure you.
That'd be the coolest part. If you raid their
jump
base.
off of yours.
Pretty sure you
there.
can take other people's bases. I'm pretty sure.
Next up, we have a section that a couple of us are definitely going to be very excited about. This is the 25th year that Jagex has been making RuneScape at this point, which is extremely impressive. I know Jake and I have been playing it our entire lives. We've got old school RuneScape, we've got RuneScape 3, and we have Dragon Wilds.
The Trinity!
Right, so 3 games, massive games that have been around for a long time, a lot of people have heard of.
I think we should just give the room to Jake.
I love it here. This
Use
is
the
my
bathroom real quick.
This is my favorite part for all you RuneScape fans.
When we all arrived here, the first thing I saw was Jake on his laptop and RuneScape was pulled up next to Twitter.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Did you see
There was
how
a Herman Miller
Hunter
store
has,
that I
like,
went
a
into
side
and
monitor?
sat in one of the chairs.
does
Very nice.
Really?
Price
I
tag
didn't know
$2,000.
These guys are real
level?
fans, though.
Yeah.
I'm north of 1800 now.
I'm over 2100.
I knew
so
that's why I didn't
it's-
want to answer because I knew you were gonna lead into it. Anyway, Jagex has given us a variety of exclusives across all 3 games. We're super happy to talk about it.
They've done a lot of very impressive things over the past year, I would say. They did Varlamore with Jake's favorite, the Gemstone Crab, just AFK there, it's awesome. Has the Delve with Doom. They have the
Gridmaster.
The Gridmaster this year, which was super fun. I played that one. They also added Sailing most recently, which is the first new skill ever in old school RuneScape. Had a lot of back and forth. My favorite part about it is the fact that they listened to the community a lot with the release of it. The exclusive they gave us was this new logo reveal for the next league season.
Chadley's just started playing old school RuneScape. It's crazy that this game is still getting content.
So that was League 6 Demonic Packs. We don't know much more past that. Obviously, Leagues is a lot of fun and probably the most engaging time periods of RuneScape. I think you see player peaks every time. So I imagine a lot of those WoW players are going to come back and be a part of that. Outside of that, RuneScape 3 was also in the news a lot this year.
For a variety of reasons. One of the biggest ones being they've removed the biggest monetization methods they had in the game, which was widely talked about and has been for probably next to a decade. You know, obviously in the MMO genre, you have to make money to sustain such big games and big servers for a reason and to keep these updates coming. They're not small teams. And so it was that community battle of like, we need monetization, but at what point is it too much monetization? And they finally reached that breaking point.
I think we also have some reveals of some of the areas they're revamping, which is very cool. They're trying to declutter the entire world because right now the game, if you, as an old school player, log on, you're probably like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Most of the time. So that's very cool. They also gave us the image of their anniversary cape, which looks fire.
Isn't that beautiful? And I actually have one behind me.
This is Jake's Avengers Endgame.
Oh, man.
And then finally, we also had Dragon Wilds, which
I plan
is
on
a game
checking out Dragon Wilds once it's like done.
Very excited about
Another incredible
I mean,
Once it's out.
We are big fans of.
I've heard it's good. There's just not
those
much to
types
do in
of
it yet.
games. Valheim, we spent a ton of time on. So when RuneScape announced this, we were super stoked personally and played it. They're in early access, but they talk a lot about their 1.0 release and everything that's coming.
For those unaware, Dragon Wilds is the survival game inspired by RuneScape. And so being a big survival game guy and my love for RuneScape, it was kind of the mixing of both worlds. So Dragon Wilds was always going to be a big thing for me. And as you said, it is early access, still developing. They are aiming for that full release though. It's still a great game and getting better and better.
If you like games like Valheim or Enshrouded, I would say this is the kind of game
100%.
you would like to play.
Dead Bones.
Because
I
it's
played
just like that. You
Valheim
can spend a
for
ton of time building your
29
house and making it better and better. And then they're also adding iconic RuneScape things. Again, we talked about that with like the cube it's cool to see a world you already love in another format.
The fresh twist.
Yeah. They already have released.
I bought
their
it to play
roadmap,
with
but
one of my
we have a
home
lot of cool
friends,
stuff
and that
then
is
coming
he
to the game.
never
The RuneScape players
really got
recognize.
on, and then
new
I
skills
didn't
come
get
out
on,
at
and
each
then we
time.
just
So
never played.
fishing, prayer, agility. You're gonna get mithril armor, rune armor coming out. There's 3 new regions next year. Coming with the 1.0 update like over time. And then we got the first look at Dowden Reach, which is their next region. You're gonna recognize these Black Knights, which look a lot scarier than from,
Dude, he's not gonna make it
from
to
RuneScape. If this is the Black Knights Fortress, it looks absolutely incredible.
Incredible.
I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. Right.
I don't know if I'm gonna continue after this segment.
You guys have heard me and Jake talk way too much about this. We also have a message from a couple of creators that you might recognize from the RuneScape community.
RuneScape and Jagex has just turned 25 years old, and the recent year has actually been incredible. And what is to come over the course of 2026 and beyond is something that, as a player myself of RuneScape for 23 years, I am so excited. I mean, I think the game right now, old school RuneScape, is in the best place it's ever been, but Jagex as a company is turning into potentially being the best they have ever actually been. In 2025, over old school RuneScape, we didn't just have many different pieces of content, such as Sailing, Barlamar, Royal Titans, a duo boss that came to the game. We actually also hit an all-time high player count since the game actually released over a decade ago. That is crazy. It's absolutely incredible. But that is not the end. We still have 2026 to come, and the things that are coming in 2026 are going to be crazy. We have the Blood Moon Rises. We'll be getting more info at the Winter Summit. The finale, potentially, of the Mauritania questline. But personally, the thing that I am the second most excited for, behind Raids 4. Now, Raids 4, I know nothing about right now, so I can't really say much, but that is the thing I am the most excited for and have been the most excited for years to come, as of right now. And if that is not everything, we have Leagues 6. And I know one thing about League 6, and that is League 6, demonic pacts. All I can say, that's all I know right now. But League 6 will be coming most likely in Q4 of 2026. Can't fact check that. I do not know.
Show more Cube
but that means
gameplay.
League 6 may contain
No,
Blood Moon Rises and
title.
Raids 4 inside of whatever League
YouTube.
6 is going to be, and that is going to be incredible. As for RuneScape 3, I'm not a huge player or ambassador of RuneScape 3. I am more on the old school side, but there is a massive update that occurred earlier on that I was able to get behind, and so did all of the old school RuneScape community and basically anybody inside the community. And that was the removal of a microtransaction called Treasure Hunter. And finally, RuneScape Dragon Wilds. I played it when it first came out with Ashenvale, I believe it was called. And then the most recent expansion, Fell Hollow. I recently have played that one as well, and I have completed it. And Dragon Wilds is a game where it's not even fully released. But when I say that, 2026, Dragon Wilds will be fully released to everybody, completely done. But you can play it now.
When
You
did
will
you
only
say
just
it
get the
was fully
first 2
released?
expansions. And the first 2 expansions as a standalone game is incredible. I cannot wait to see the expansion to the entire thing when we get the entire world, the entire universe of what's going on there. So far, the gameplay is incredible. Whoever's working behind that team, honestly, I feel Dragon Wilds, when it's released later this year, I don't know when, again, it's going to be a masterpiece when it's fully done, when you can start a new character, go through Ashenvale, go through Fell Hollow, and then go through the next 3rd, the 4th, the 5th, the 6th, whatever level of different realms there's going to be. But you can still play it now, early, and you can play the expansions as they release. Right now, we have Ashenvale, we have Fell Hollow, and we will be getting another expansion fairly soon into 2026, and that will be the release of the Mithril, and I think the Fishing Skill. Honestly, Jagex, 25-year anniversary, the game, the company, everything, it's looking good, and I'm very, very excited for the future.
And if you guys haven't yet, make sure to go play RuneScape, one of the greatest games of all time.
Dude, by the way, I'm not crazy.
Next up, we have a group of 4 games, that
Twitter
being
account, I
Darklight
was
Survivor
checking.
coming from Mirai & Co. Tape
The
101
New
coming
Game
from
Plus Showcase
Versa
tweeted out.
and Unawake from Reality
Here's-
Art Studio, Nested Lands from One
with the Cube trailer. Here's an all new look at the Cube. An all new look. They also thought that that was new. And it's the trailer from 7 months ago. An all new look. Also, what is this? Wait, what? I'm so confused. The POV and graphics of this has changed like 3 times. No? This is the same game. Is it a Survivors like, but you can choose if you want to be top down or if you want to play it top down or like over the shoulder? Dark Light Survivor coming soon. Yeah, that looks sick.
Bring out your dead.
Wait, didn't we play this game on stream?
Bring out your dead.
Dude, we did a sponsored stream for this game.
You smell like shite.
It was a little bit survival, a little bit town builder.
Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead. Bring out your dead.
Nested Lands, early access, January 23rd, soon. You don't want to be a village chief. Too bad. Spooky? Yo, this looks kind of sick. It's like a realistic horror game look. The Backrooms. Backrooms 2. Tape 101. Wishlist now. Play the demo.
For eternity, I struggled to become an aspect of courage, freedom, and honor.
W graphics.
So much for the glory of angels. Let it in. Let it burn your flesh. Let it burn your soul.
Oh, yeah, I'll read that in a second. This is cool. It's kind of giving me a melee Witchfire. called Unawake. Obviously.
First up, we saw Darklight Survivor. Maybe one of the games we've seen that kind of blew our mind a little bit. You had top-down, you had third person, and something else.
Oh, the instantaneous switch, of course, between top-down and third person, but then the pixel art, being able to instantaneously
adapt
yeah.
to.
That's
it's
insane.
really sick.
Yeah, combining both those features, because you said it and I was like, wait, is that what it's doing? I had to.
Yeah, you can sort of like just toggle it.
That's such a crazy.
My understanding.
Such a crazy feature.
So it's a game like a roguelike game.
Yeah.
And a little bit kind of like Vampire Survivors in the style of Megabunk. So you can either have the top-down view, first-person view, whatever you prefer, and you
Megabunk
swap
mentioned.
all the time. Sick.
I think it's interesting to think about the strategy element of that probably that comes into play, like when you're fighting certain things.
Yeah, maybe some
Maybe if
bosses.
you're seeing
it's
a
useful
boss
to
Because
that
on
way.
the surface, it seems like it's just like it's a personal preference thing, but it might actually have its place in like the gameplay loop. Like if you're in a certain situation, I should go top down.
Or maybe
real quick.
depending the skill that you use.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you may think that it's just like a gimmick for a different viewpoint or filter or whatever, but the idea that you could use it tactically as a gameplay mechanic too is really cool.
Aiming for early access in late Q1 of 2026. They already have a demo out that a lot of people have played, and we've said this a lot of times. One of my favorite parts about these devs already is that they have listened to their players who have played the demo. They made it a point to tell us, like, we've made 6 patches in the demo based on player feedback, and I think that's super important, especially for a game that looks as good as this, because it can be a lot of fun. You know, roguelike survival with mechanics we've never seen before, as far as I'm aware, so it should be fun. Next up, we had Tape 101, a game that's probably too scary for Jake to play. If I had to,
I had to literally cradle him while we were watching that. I thought he was gonna.
All of these
cry.
things are true. Yeah, you guys know me so well.
What I appreciated about it is it's not a jump scare game.
Yeah, they've stressed they don't want to do jump scares. It's specifically psychological, mind melty, unnerving horror.
You will not have jump scares, but you will have nightmares.
Yeah, you know the thing is, that
I
sounds
had
like
to.
something that a developer of a game that has jump scares in it would say.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no jump scares.
Yeah, there's.
You said they sound like my chat anytime I play a scary game. No,
I feel like you just have trust issues because of unresolved problems.
You're 20 hours in. That's when you're gonna finally see the jump scare, and it's gonna be one big gotcha.
Honestly, I would kind of respect them for doing
That would be
I'd
awesome.
like,
I was definitely unnerved by just the music, whatever's going on in the background. They did a great job.
But there's cool little twists to the back rooms too,
It kind
right?
of feels at times that you're also hallucinating because of like the camera.
Well, it's
angle.
like video camera, and
Yeah.
you were in an RC car during certain points, like exploring it. We had nested lands as well. It's a village in survival, like village management and survival type of game, where obviously very medieval. A lot of, I mean, what was the last shot? Like throwing bodies on a fire?
yeah, bring out your dad. I will say, I love management games. I love management games and sim games, village management sim games. Like this is right up my alley.
This feels like Manor Lords meets survival. So it has a different viewpoint, and you got to take care of not just yourself, but everyone around you.
If you don't, your entire village is just gonna be.
Yeah, they even show you the burning
Burn
the
it up.
bodies. Like, yeah, sorry, we lost some of your peeps.
Yep.
Better make
Done.
better decisions.
What I liked was seeing the blend of, like, obviously you're playing as this person and you have to survive, and he was like hunting stuff and like that, but I imagine you're also recruiting people for your settlement as like the king, and then you have to like choose who to recruit and,
They show
build
grown
out a
out.
village.
Initially, it may start with you doing the micromanagement, but you eventually can assign villagers to go do the forage, go
Kind of like
hunting.
in Power World, how your pals become
Exactly.
your workers without a wage.
Power World mentioned.
Then finally we had Unawake, a game, a first-person action game, mixed kind of a little bit of fantasy. You're battling hordes with melee, ranged weapons. It's hack and slash. It's roguelike. It looks like kind of like a Doom Skyrim to me.
I mean, honestly,
that
the
description.
art direction was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, those environments, you see them, and it's just.
It's very pretty.
No, but something about it, I don't even know if I have a comparison. For some reason in the back of my mind, this probably won't make it. Mordor-esque, like, it just looked really good.
Yeah, Mordor.
Very dark version of Mordor, but
The atmosphere.
Yeah, that's
That's like
A bummer version of hell.
Some notes they gave us: expected to launch early access late 2026 as well. They are designing the game to be moddable after release, which I think is really cool. People who like Path of Exile, they specifically called out it's a central skill and stat tree that is similar to Path of Exile, but more approachable. So it's not going to break
expect
up.
a skill forest instead of a skill tree.
Skill force, lots of complexity, lots of interlocking skills.
Dude, I don't even know what game they're
layers.
talking about right now.
So I think a lot
they're
of
talking about Unawake,
it's going to be
but like
a
I don't
game
remember
for
which
people
one
who
that
really
was.
like their builds of things.
They
So
gotta
like,
show
okay, how
the
can I
game
specialize
that
in
they're
this?
talking about on
Dude,
screen.
I'm doing this all day. Just
All right, put it up before we'll do it next.
Did you know that the...
Do that for me one more time. Just show me the yeah.
And then the double sword grab they were doing. And the fact it's moddable, I would love to see the direction that goes.
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's so much potential. You could have modders come in, do additional levels, boss fights, romance, unironically. You could add that if you want it. Like, lots of potential.
I think it's... The world is too dark for that stuff.
Well, with that attitude, yeah. But maybe with romance,
Love
it wouldn't be so dark.
Love can exist anywhere.
A mod could brighten the world up a little bit.
Next up, we have a very exciting segment where we actually got to sit down with the executive producer over all of the Warhammer 40K series, as I understand
Warhammer
it,
has so many
Anatoly
games, it's crazy.
Shestov.
I feel like the Warhammer franchise is like every genre of game possible.
By enemies from within.
They've got strategy games, card games, ARPG games, shooter games, roguelike games.
By enemies from beyond.
Imagine you're playing inside Warhammer universe by the guys who can't use the army, who need to find this particular person in charge of bad things
Do they have an
to
extraction
make
shooter?
Imperium stand for
Dark
one
Tide's
more
kind
day
of
before
extraction
grumbling
shooter,
to
but
dust.
not really.
That's basically how I would describe it. Just imagine the true Warhammerish stories where no choices are good, but you don't have an option to go
I still think
away.
it'd be really cool
You
if
need to
Borderlands
get your
branched out
hands
to other
dirty,
genres.
and
Borderlands
it's just
survivors like,
a
Borderlands
matter of
roguelike,
how precisely
Borderlands
you will
ARPG.
achieve this.
I'd be so
One
down.
of the most significant changes that any player would experience compared to the Rogue Trader would be more stakes, more value in a surrounding, in any environment that you're playing with.
That's
The
really
covers,
tight.
the line of sights, we redo how they are calculated, how they are
Biscuits.
working, and how much benefit they providing to the party. So it's basically would be more playing around the environment. We abandoned the step up mechanics. So if you're ending your turn behind some wall, you are behind some wall. There won't be like one circle around you that allows
What is
you
this?
to step up or
Warhammer
discover
Rogue
to shoot at
Trader?
anything.
I think it's
If
called.
you so the place where you start your turn, the place where you're ending your turn would be more significant. Other
I did
thing
find
is
Maurice,
the
yeah.
role-playing model. There are way more roles being made inside the combat. Lots of the things making you roll something. Lots of the things make your opponents roll something. So it's not just your.
I might hop on
weapon
Borderlands
skill or
real quick to
ballistic
post that
skill. It's way
Maurice
more,
short, and then
way
do
more
PoE 2
significant
or
influence of the
Diablo
role-playing
3.
choices that you've made previously. Almost all of the combats in the game will have alternative ways to finish them, not just killing all of your enemies. We are allowing player
Where is he?
to target specific parts of the body of the enemies, and by doing
In
this,
the
we're
early parts of
allowing
the Elpis
to
section.
make your opponent lose an option to move or lose the option to use abilities. There are different ways how you can tactically approach your desire, your design of how to proceed with the combat. And of course, there is a whole new subsystem that came on a change of the momentum. This is a morale system. Momentum was a party-based, and you spend it to activate some heroic moments of your campaigns.
This is Dark
For
Heresy.
the Dark Heresy, we feel it need to be more intimate, more personal, and not just for your party. We are not just telling a story through the environment or the words of in a dialogue. No, we're actually making cases. We're actually making the culprits. We're actually collecting and interpreting evidence and discussing them with your retinue and analyzing them and making conclusions. There are some other mighty forces inside the scintilla because you're not playing in a vacuum and you need to struggle for power But most of the time, you are playing as a person in charge, as a person that have authority, and a person who need to make hard choices. One of the most significant ways of the influence of a story for Dark Heresy would be your decision of which case is more important. For example, there is a under Spire slums, and this is a toxic waste. And the level of the toxic sea is growing. And if you are going there as a first place, there will be toxic waste somewhere nearby. And there will be people getting ready to be consumed by the toxic waste. But if you are going there late stage, there will be actual toxic sea, and you will be playing around, and there will be changes in the geometry, changes in the combat encounters of how they are playing, changes in the narrative behind this.
We're gonna move on from this showcase. I'm pissed that they thought that that was new, the Cube gameplay. Rocket League exposed. You know why I had that open? My computer constantly crashes unless I have a game open. Constantly crashes. The only time it isn't hard rebooting. It hard rebooted twice during that showcase until I opened a game. I don't know why. We're gonna make a little Borderlands 4 Maurice short. And then we're gonna go do some PoE 2 or Diablo. What kind of issue is that? I don't know. I'm swapping PCs tomorrow.
Listen, I'm old. I'm old and I'm an alcoholic, right?
Boom, 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 boom. The cube is the only reason you cared. Yeah, I mean, same. Look, here's an all-new look at the twins from Munfish's Atomic Heart. Now coming to the cube. Really just showed the trailer that's been out for 7 months.
That's a lot of
crazy. Crazy, crazy. Oh, is this snippet is new? That's a load of shit. Boom. Is this booting up? I agree, but the tweet didn't lie. I feel lied to. Why is my Borderlands 4 not booting up? Nothing but a weekly reset. Just a weekly reset. Leonardo Demenci, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate that. Until the world bows cold. Back dinner with the parental units. Take care. Boom, 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 boom. You're hoping they'd stay. I don't know why they keep doing this, but they reset the drop rates, didn't say anything about it in the patch notes. So like we're just like, what the hell? And then a dev later tweeted out that they're looking at having the drop rates return. But like, one, why not just say that in the notes? It's like, hey, little community note, the drop rates are being turned off today. However, we're planning on bringing them back in an upcoming date, so don't fret. Perfect, fine. But like, just no mention of it, no anything is so, I don't know, like, just communicate. I just want some communication. It's crazy. I did something, it's not like the most fair comparison, but I was like, dude, I swear, it feels like Borderlands 4 is getting half the amount of updates as BL3 did. And what I did is I went and copy and pasted all of the patch notes from the launch of BL3 to all of the patch notes of BL4 to the exact same date, because they both launched basically it's September. One launched September 13th, one launched September 11th, I think it was. So exact same time frame. Borderlands 3 by this exact date has received 57 pages of changes, copied and pasted in the exact same format, exact same line spacing and like a font size. Borderlands which one did I say? Borderlands 3 got 57 pages. Borderlands 4 was at 34 pages, meaning that BL3 at the exact same time has received 67% more changes and updates. 67% more things for BL3. ADHD gives you a different type of superpower for productivity. Yeah. Maybe they just made a better game this time. See, I don't think that that is the case. I mean, a big part of it is their attitude toward balance. Like, BL3 got way more balance changes, and they nerfed a lot less in BL4. Like, BL4 realistically, like, nothing's really got nerfed. Which, like, it's fine that they're not jumping out and to nerf things out of the gate. But it does kind of suck that build meta is basically the same as when the game launched. Like, that's the big difference. Is BL3's builds were constantly shifting. Like, BL3's hotfixes were content. Because everything would get flipped on their head. Every fucking hotfix. You'd have totally new guns to go play with. And your old guns wouldn't be as strong. And, like, you know what I mean? It just kept things very fresh. At least in my mind. It constantly changed the meta. The meta on launch day was spread launcher crit knife, it's still spread launcher crit knife. You know what I mean? Like, that hasn't been touched, and it's been like 4 months. Not to mention like all of the things that need buffs that just haven't been buffed or have received one buff in 4 months. Like, Blue Tree Harlow is crying. Like, dude, it's crazy. We're like 4 months out, and this entire skill tree is like basically unplayable. All right, let's record this video. Time really moves fast, 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 fast. For the location of Maurice's Black Market vending machine for the week of January 8th, 2026. You're going to want to travel to the Elpis Orbital Shatter Field and then make your way kind of to the left of this enemy encampment area. You'll find a bunch of stones to kind of jump across from this area, and then inside is Maurice's Black Market vending machine. I might just go do the jumps. Once on the Orbital Shatter Field, you're going to run through this little underpass of enemies, and then you'll see to the left, instead of going right, that there's some jumps into kind of this cavern over here. Once you get into the cavern, Maurice's Black Market vending machine is right here. In my vending machine, I have the Chimurky and the Golden God. Not a terrible week for me. Little Jacob's Golden God, not too bad. I got 2 of them, actually. I'll pick that one up. But your week will probably, or your week will differ. Gearbox has also ended the 5x drop rate event that was going on. However, devs on Twitter have said that they're looking at bringing it back. Unplayable, or just doesn't melt as fast as the other builds? There's a very big difference. You know, you literally just can't kill things. Like, I'm talking like 10 minutes to kill a boss versus like 2 seconds. Like, genuinely, it's like not playable. Am I getting a BL4 tombstone like you did for the recursion? No, I mean, like, here's the thing with BL4 is, well, we still don't have a single bit of paid content in the game yet. Like, we don't have any story DLCs. We're getting a character. We're getting takedowns. We're getting a ton of stuff. But I don't know why it feels like BL4 is on like end of life support versus like a game that just came out. You know what I mean? Like, this game just came out. All things considered. We still don't have a single paid content update for it. They really got to cook with Cash, though. I'm hoping Cash is fucking sick. And the DLC. There's nothing to do. Yeah, I mean, like, realistically, what have we got? And we got the Halloween event, which was basically like a color change. They launched with 1 of 2 weapons being bugged. The Mercenary Day event was solid, but honest, just a very small edition. You know what I mean? Like, not much more that you could do than, like, a few hours. 8th, 2026. And then the raid boss is a difficult raid boss. I just don't think it's a very fun raid boss is the issue with it. And that's really all we've gotten in 4 months. Build meta hasn't shifted at all. I mean, they supported Borderlands 3 for like 2.5 years. Bum 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 bum. You're gonna want to travel to the inside is Maurice's Black Market vending. Once on the orbital shatter field, 2026, you're gonna want to travel to the Elpis orbital shatter field and then make your way kind of to the left of this enemy encampment area. Once on the orbital shatter field, you're going to run through this little underpass of enemies, and then you'll see to the left, instead of going right, that there's some jumps. Cavern, Maurice's Black Market vending machine is right here. Bum, 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 bum. In my vending machine, I have the Chimurky and the Golden God. Not a terrible week for me. Little Jacob's Golden God, not too bad. Probably, or your week will differ. Or your week, but your week will probably, or your week will differ. Probably, week will probably differ. Not a terrible week for me. Little Jacob's Golden God, not too bad. Or your week will differ. Doesn't really need to include that, honestly. It's just awkward. Gearbox has also ended the 5x drop rate event that was going on. However, devs on Twitter have said that they're looking at bringing it back. Boom, boom. Cool. Boom, 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 boom. (2026) You're gonna want to travel to the Elpis orbital shatter field and then make your way. Bum, 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 bum. Left of this enemy encampment area. Once on the orbital shatter field, you're gonna run through this little underpass of enemies, and then you'll see to the over here. Once you get into the cavern, Maurice's Black Market vending machine is right here. In my vending machine, I have the Chimurky and the Golden God. Not a terrible week for me. Little Jacob's Golden God, not too bad. Gearbox has also ended the the 5x drop rate event that was going on. However, devs on Twitter have said that they're looking at bringing it back. Cool. For the location of Maurice's Black Market vending machine for the week of January 8th, 2026, you're going to want to travel to the Elpis Orbital Shatter Field and then maybe they're focusing a lot more on performance. I mean, like, even the performance lines I took into account. Like, I copied all of the visual improvements, miscellaneous, UI, everything. Boom. All right. Let's do a little bit of PoE 2, and then we'll jump on some Diablo 3. I want to try learning how to build a temple. You stank. I do stank, Karma. Karma, you want to play some Diablo 3? We're gonna use. I want to learn how to do a temple. / get it going. We're gonna use our ice shop build. You need more carries. How dare you? No, I just wanted to play with my friend. But okay. I'm about to break down.
Speak.
A step closer to legend.
Oh, you know what? I wasn't even using that on the ice shop build. Oh well. I think that's everything. My God, just a fail again. Rough is getting the point this ascendancy. It's not bad actually. It's a lot better than it used to be. I see what's missing. Bum 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 bum. Slap that bad boy in there. Grab our charms. We're gonna need to snapshot our helmet. Lavianja flask.
Haven't figured this one out yet.
Break down. Slap that bad boy in. I'm missing another jewel. O's. It doesn't need to be anything crazy. I don't know where the one that was in there went, though. Wasn't any of those. It wouldn't have cold pen on it. Oh, did I give it to our spellcaster? I might have given it to our spellcaster. 1 second. Or our druid.
I have a buyer.
No. They're like 45 minutes to get the third ascendance. I don't know if my body is ready. Just buy resistance relics and you'll be fine. Resistance relics make it so much easier. Viddy's judging, yeah. Alright, I don't see where that gem is. It's okay. It's not like it affects the build too much. It is pissing me off that I can't find it. I'll just throw this on. Boom, 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 boom.
speak.
One must always be willing to change.
Freaking God, dude! Oh my God! Yo, Shimokaji. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That is incredibly generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh shit, I gotta put my helmet back on.
The winds change direction.
This has int on it. There it is. Cool. Boom, 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 boom. Check donations. You donate something as well? It should have popped up. Let me say. Holy shit. He tipped $50 as well. Yo, thank you for that. That's very generous of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for the $50 donation. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awfully generous. Appreciate that. Can you ban bagging? Sure. Why not? Boom. All right, we're looking for... What's up, Waller? We are looking for... temple. I haven't done a single temple on this character. I just want to learn how to build a temple so that we can do it next league. I'm gonna need y'all's help to figure out how to do it. It's a little loud. You're building yours right now. It's like 50% done. Okay, I'm gonna need some advice. It's easy once you get it going. Okay. Yeah, I genuinely have no idea. But it seems like it's most likely gonna be the best way to make currency for probably a few leagues. So I would like to be able to do it. Oh shit, my Omen of Sanctification is here. Only 7,000 tribute currently. Step 1, kill the architect like 8 times. Well, I'm not gonna build it the whole temple right now. I just kind of want to learn the mechanics of how to get it going. Is that actually how you start, though? You have to kill the architect? Just like straight path, no rooms? You want to get your medallion capacity and crystal capacity up and then get him into a good position. Word. Can you run the temple with just path, or do you have to place all the rooms? Like, can I just directly path to him and that's it? Just path. Okay. Should I just run like dead maps, like no mods, to like get to see the Val thing the most?
By the spirit's will, you'll die by mine. Spirit guide my
Needs to be 6 mods. Six mod T15s. Yeah, but should I put content in them or probably not, right? I just want to speed run the temple. Is there a temple in here? Val Beacon. Oh, Val Ruins over there. Whoopsies, I missed it. No tabs. Okay. I don't think I've touched this on this character. Okay, I have touched it slightly. So our goal is just to path directly to the architect, yeah? Is there any way to protect my paths or not really? We just path up and it's gonna be... Use whatever you can. If you have paths, use them. If you have rooms that can use them. Rooms that can chain. Okay. What rooms can chain together? Is there like a an index or like a picture guide of which can feed into others? I know the guardhouses can. I think workshops can as well. Put my camera there. Then you want to build out a small path up the middle in the shape of a T so that you'll have a decent base to build off of to get the architect quick. With loose rooms up this side. Okay. I might watch a guide real quick so I don't fuck this up. Melky's got a great guide. What's up, Palstron? How you doing? Dude, I never took the time to learn this. I feel like I need to for next league.
Yo guys, welcome to the video. This is Josh or Milky, and I've got one more video for you for this league. There was another hotfix number 15, which undid one of the most catastrophic changes of hotfix number 13. We'll
Actually, it'd be gutted. It won't be like this, I guarantee.
The Duatolottle's medallion made in hotfix 13.
Still potentially very
which essentially
strong.
means you can actually
What's up,
build
Darth
temples pretty efficiently again. The loot is, of course, still nerfed, and there are a couple of changes to how we're going to build them. Not massive changes, not one that I would think would typically warrant me making another video, especially so when I said I wasn't going to. But a lot of people have already come to me and asked if I'm going to make another video, and I think people oftentimes get this impression that if there is a change, anything predating that change is outdated. So I just thought I'll just make it very simple for myself, make a new video, leave it at that. So there is going to be
medallions
a
go
lot of
bye-bye.
repeated information in this video that you will have heard before. Maybe it's not too bad to get a refresher if you're coming back, or maybe you haven't heard it before, and that way, you know. Great. So yeah, the Duatilotls medallion hotfix got reverted. Kudos to GGG. I think this was a very bad change. I think nerfing the temple by making it harder to build is not the way I would go about it. I understand that GGG wants to find ways to balance this. They want it to be this like rewarding thing that you can invest into, and then it becomes incredibly lucrative. But I just think,
Jay, are you
building temple's so fun for so many people? I know there are some of you that just heard me say that and like immediately started typing in the comments. But so many people, it just is a fact, like building the temple and enjoy it.
There's a JTX
that
posts
you really do feel
bleed
the fruits of your labor.
I don't know if that's you
when you're
or someone
building
else.
the temple, and it gets increasingly better as you go. And I can see why people like that. So nerfing that aspect of it, in my opinion, is not the way to go. Nerfing the loot is always going to be the way to go on this mechanic.
How to make
Or
it easy
finding,
temple,
in my
watch
opinion,
milk
new
it.
ways to make other
Sounds like both
ways of
valuable.
building the temple interesting.
Not a different guy.
But that's for another video, maybe in the future. So first of all, big shout out to Pub. Obviously, he's got my simple temple layout in here. He's got the Russian tech temple. We're going to go over both of these in this video. I'm going to talk about how you go about building each and the technology that you must use for both of them. I've made one of them that is basically as easy as possible to build, using no advanced tech of maneuvering rooms and whatnot into different positions so that you can bypass some of the rules of where rooms can be placed. We'll get into that later in the video. Okay, a quick how-to crystals before we get into any of the usual nonsense with all the planning and whatnot. 6 mod maps grant 2 crystals per. If you were to use a tablet that grants 1 additional map modifier, or use 8 modified corrupted maps, they do have a chance to grant you 3. But obviously the setup for having those in mass and using them all the time is kind of annoying. So I would just go with the 6 mods. It's just easier. Outside that, just simply put a grand project in any tower you come across, and it's going to make any map within radius able to be entered. Once you've done that, you can just go in, run to the mechanic, and leave, and it will leave this map with the map attempted status that you can see on the bottom of this dig site. What that means is they can no longer spawn mechanics, so you can only do this once. You can't just do the same map over and over again, which is why we need to make all of these enterable. And then the only time you're actually going to do the boss is, of course, when you actually need to find the next. So I'd do this ravine, then I'd go to this tower, put in the grand project tablet.
Wait, the grand project makes you able to do the same map over and over again?
All these
with
maps
no
would
mechanics?
be shown, and then I could jump to this tower, all these maps, then I go to the next tower, so on, so forth, right? In order to find the league mechanic better, it's no secret anymore. Use light radius gear if you
allows you
are
to do a
powerful
map
enough
without
to do so.
pathing to
You
it.
can use
Yeah,
Radiant
yeah.
Grief. This can get 30.
But what does that matter for doing this? Couldn't you just put it into any map? It doesn't really matter, no?
6% increased light radius. You can use the Beacon of Aziz with an anointed.
Yeah, but what does leapfrogging from tower to tower have to do with setting up your temple? Don't have to kill the boss. I see. So you can just half the map basically.
Illuminated
I
crown.
see. That helps.
Or, depending on where you're on the tree, you can also get Chakra of Sight and then spec the other one. I would just spec into this on a weapon swap when I was doing maps, and then you could put on, I'm not exactly sure where it is, sorry. But you could put on the Illuminated Crown. And then Gifts from Above can have like up to 36% light radius, I believe, if corrupted properly. You can use 2 of these. So depending on how strong your character is, you can obviously just sack all of your gear to get more light radius. And it really does make a difference. You can see, like when I put these on, just how far away these lines, you see these like blue lines? Like, you get a lot more vision than if I was to take them off. Obviously I can't undo the map reveal now, but you saw that then when I put it on. Huge amount of vision, and with how annoying some of these maps are, this can just make sure you don't miss the league mechanic frequently. But initially, I'll start off once again, as usual. We've been over this many times, so I'm sorry. Stick your fingers in your ears and type la la la, or just skip forward in the video if you've heard this too many times. How do I get started in the temple, Milky? Well, I'll tell you exactly how right now. Kill the wherever the architect may spawn when you initially find the temple. Kill him over and over again until you cap out your capacity of medallions to at least 6. Beyond that, you can keep killing him until you get him in the right place. The right place for one of these that I'm going to show you is going to be right here. And then the other one, which is FUBs. Yeah, so this is the one he's got in his video. He's got it right here. So either way, you can wait until you get your architect in this position. The best way to do that is to simply build a path up the middle of the board. You just keep going and going. And then if you place rooms at the end of this path, when the rooms destabilize, it is likely to preserve the majority of the path you've built down the middle. And then as long as you don't build too far out to the right, he's likely to spawn here, because he favors spawning in positions that aren't connected to pieces you already have, just so you have to at least put a room down to get to him. Now, once you've done this and you have the architect in a good position and you have your medallion capacity at 6, you're good to go. Now, there is another medallion that you can get, and it's the one that increases your energy capacity. That is basically the resource that you use to enter the temple. It costs 6 energy crystals per attempt. The capacity goes up to 60. This is acquired by finding the Zopex medallion. It is simply a high tier medallion. The reason people farm the architect to begin with is he has a high chance for these medallions, but it is just a high tier medallion. So any room that states that it can drop a high tier medallion can drop the Zopex. So you don't have to farm out 60 energized crystals before moving on from farming the architect. Beyond this, you're going to take whichever planner it is that you're following and begin building in whichever way out it goes. I'm going to go with the more simple one that I have created, which is to start now with a generator. Now, this does make the beginning a little bit more difficult, but GGG did also make a change in hotfix 14 where less rooms are destabilized. So the idea is, as you go and progress, initially you're going to start by pathing out in the middle as you were initially, but this time focusing on placing down any rooms that aren't important for your chain that grant medallions. These are going to be things like Thaumaturge, Alchemy Lab, Commander, Smithy, Golem. It would not place that. Sorry. Golem Works, Flesh Surgeon, I believe. Just any room that can drop a medallion. You want to fill out the middle of your board with those. Now, what's going to happen here is that hanging rooms, or rooms that have are simply just a 1 in the chain link, right? So this gets to here, and then this is just on its own. There's nothing after it. It just exists on its own. This is more likely to be destabilized when your temple does
the video or this
eventually
planner?
destabilize at the end of a temple room, which more often than not means you're only going to lose at a maximum 1 thing off the end of your chain. So initially your goal is just to fill the middle, run the rooms that can drop the medallions, and then build out your snake as quickly as you can. Bear in mind that paths do count as rooms that can be destabilized, so you can place extra paths because they can also bait the destabilization and prevent your chain from being affected. But the main focus is to place rooms that grant medallions, run those rooms, then, do the next temple run. That's what you're going to do initially until you get your start going, which is going to be, in this case, you would go for Spy Masters. We all know about Spy Masters. The change in hotfix 13 did make it so that the effect of Spy Masters and the effect of Golems were reversed. Now, a lot of people saw this and thought, oh, we just make Golem change now. But there is a problem with that. They made Spy Masters and Golems level up in unique ways. Spy Masters have to kill another Spy Master in order to level up. You do that by building your chain like so. And then when you place down a new Spy Master, you're going to do 2 things. So, do not lock this Spy Master prior to entering the temple. When you enter the temple, this Spy Master is not going to be present in its room because the former Spy Master has killed it. That's important because it's what's going to give this Spy Master an additional level. You can do this 2 times by locking this room once you leave the temple. What I mean by lock is by using the Duatalottle's medallion that is typically dropped by the Spy Master itself. By doing so, you're going to incorporate this essentially what is a leapfrog strategy by using this Spy Master to level this one, and then the next one to level this one, and so on. That is a decision you're going to have to make. If you have a level 1 Spy Master here and a level 2 here, for example, and in your room cards you get barracks, an armory, well, that's +2 on your chain, but you're going to lose the opportunity to level up your Spy Masters. Personally, I would do this. Okay, so that's how you're going to get going. It's how you're going to level up your Spy Masters. And Spy Masters are still mandatory in order to get those medallions, despite them not granting as powerful
the end of your chain and follow the planner.
That effect is now on the Golem Works.
I was about to say,
this is also levels up in a rather unique
similar
way.
videos, and it is always a lot of information.
To a path that is attached to a generator. That's why we now start with a generator.
So, let me just ask a question before we get going more forward. I guess so you're trying to chain a certain set of rooms into other rooms, right? So it's like a 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Oh shit, what's up, Rax? How you doing? Thank you for the raid. I have yet to do anything with the temple, so we are trying to learn it right now. I want to learn how to make a temple. And so we're watching a tutorial video on how to do exactly that. How was your stream? I've heard very good things about Rax's Plant Druid. Sounds like it's frying. You watched Rax do temples yesterday, literally printing divines.
Of a corrupting chamber.
I literally haven't like touched it.
Is it because it has a multiplicative effect on any effectiveness you may have that comes from the armory or the
Rax has got a guide as well. Okay.
More commanders into any build we do now.
There are two temples, the easy
armories.
one and the super giga one. Huge difference in how long it takes to make. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna like
That's a lot of damage.
build out in like I'm not trying to like build out an entire temple and like farm divines.
One,
I just want
and
to
the
know how to
super
do
giga
it
one.
and like
Huge
get some practice
difference
in
how
for next
long it
league.
takes to make.
Okay, so we need to start with a generator so that it might send power through this path, and then we have to have a
Rax's video made the
golem
temple click
adjacent
for
to that
me.
path.
Okay, we could watch that as well. Not to be weird. Oh, dude. Yeah, I opened my YouTube and it is quite literally the first recommended video is Val Temple Guide. Incredible. GG could rework. Yeah, true. I don't know. I want to get some experience in with it and try to get some understanding.
Hi everyone, it's Rax. The temple is the mechanic for this PoE2 league, and I have not made a guide on that yet until now.
Thought this crap was leaving
Boy,
next
has the
league. I
temple
kind of
gone
doubt it.
through, its ups and downs. So it started off in the league.
Just about
and
placing as many spy masters and
hated it,
golem
and
works
it
as
was
possible, pretty
useless,
much, and
then
not looping back to the
pioneers
start.
like
That's the
Nelky
basics.
And Cute Dog found amazing strategies to make it like the most lucrative thing in the game. Then Grinding Gear Games got back from Christmas break and crucified it. Then they had a little hot fix to try to make it better.
Sima,
And
like,
now
after
this
a wave
final
for
hot
different
fix that
HP
I think
just
we're going to
drains,
get,
is it burning or
which
bleeding? 'Cause I
reverts
don't see
a
any
huge
fire.
change that they made
In
that
Sima?
nerfed it for a lot of people building their temples. Now makes
probably
it
bleed.
very viable to build again, and it's still the most, as far as I know, it's still the highest divines per hour. So now, even though tons of great creators have made their videos, people have been watching me build my temple for over a week, and they say, Rax, please make a video. And so here it is. Here's just my approach on how we're going to learn about the temples. Like always, I am going to just tell you what I think is important, no unnecessary fluff, just so you can build a giga temple and make $1 million and have the time of your life. So we've been you can see
Spy
we've been
Master
drawing on stream here. So let's start off with some. Let's start off with actually let's talk about the temple that I'm going to teach you how to build. If you're familiar with temples and you're eyeballing this one and you can actually like read what it is, this looks like a temple from before the patch. That's exactly right. That's the one that I'm still building. They made a patch note change where the Spy Masters and the Golem Works are supposed to support different rooms, and so you would think that doing a change from what we were doing before would be warranted to get more loot, and that could still completely be the case. But from what I've seen, this is still a godly strategy that still absolutely prints. And I'm not even so sure that some of the patch notes that they said are functioning correctly are actually working right in the game after doing the temple all day long for more than a week.
That's 2 temple layouts in a row that have had this one in like the first 1 or 2. Is there a reason for that? So like I think this is the gem one, yeah.
So we are going to go with more of a legacy strategy, but the tips in this video, if you want to copy a different layout, you absolutely can. The hints here, I think, will be basically the same thing. So let's learn some basic mechanics about the temple, and then I will show you a little bit.
Let's fit more corruption chambers in. Should always start with the golem works.
The very first thing that we're going to do is we're just going to go kill the architect. Okay, we're going to kill the architect over and over and over.
We're about to go do
because
that.
he gives you medallion slots, right? You need 6 medallion slots, and it will make building your temple a million times easier. So you have your blank temple, walk, place roads, whatever rooms you want, walk over to her, kill her. She has special rooms you can place. You don't have to place any of them. She has a room key she can place. So go to Etziri, don't need to place that either. If you accidentally place them, it's fine. If it's any room other than the room key, when you walk over it, it'll automatically destroy itself. If it's
to
a
look
room
at to
key,
get
you need a
ideas.
special
Okay.
medallion that'll re-roll it off of a room key into a different room, and then you can step in and destroy it. It's not a big deal, but you don't need to interact with any special.
I think we're gonna watch
here, and you
piece by
definitely
piece
don't
because I need to go
kill it
farm the
Ciri a single
architect.
time.
So I want to know how to
walk
do
over
that
here, kill her until you have
first.
6 medallion slots. She's also going to drop you medallions that expand your crystals. Those are good too, but not as important in my opinion. And then now we are ready to start building our temple. Couple mechanics let's go over before we build our temple. Used to be able to do this with a trick, but I think Grinding Gear Games removed it in the hotfix. So you cannot go room A to B to A to B. You can't do this, right? It's too repetitive. They won't let you do it.
Oh, is that why it's a 1, 2, 3 chain?
Is you can go A to B to C to B to A. So as long as we rotate between,
Sounds like we're just gonna end up watching
rooms
3
instead of
videos:
2,
Rax's video,
they'll let us
Milky's
do
video,
that.
and Fub's
there
video.
was a tech to do it last patch, but I've heard
Get all our
that they
information.
got rid of it in the hotfix. Either way, we're going to
You
do
just
this
farm the
strategy
architect until you get the
anyway,
medallions to 6
because we
medallion
ain't got no time
capacity
to
and
do
6
the
crystal
tricky stuff
capacity.
where
Just
we
build a
move
path
like
to him
this
every time
to
you can.
do the other way. So this is what we are going to be doing.
Okay, but so I guess I haven't done like anything on this character yet. I think I've placed these rooms, which doesn't look great, but we want to build to the architect, right? Where would I go to know which rooms I can build? Like, because we could just build paths, right? But isn't there like something where you can like do rooms that will chain as well, so I can get there a little bit faster? I got that link. So you can just go past. Let's say that's the architect. Don't use this one. It's old. Sulu logic is better. Sulu logic? Boom, boom, boom. Yeah. So I can't place an armory there. I can place another garrison. I can place a commander. Can't place an armory. Are these not paths? Apply medallion. Never want to put rooms at the middle. So, to get to the architect, let's say the architect is here. Just paths. Oh, it does show you. Just paths, no buildings. Okay. Alright. So hopefully having this doesn't screw us over, right? We should be okay to just build up the middle to the architect. Just paths. You can connect to the architect with a room, though, if you have it. Okay. You can use rooms to the left or right, just not up the middle. Okay. This stuff will probably get blown up. Yeah. Honestly, hopefully. Should we go middle to the architect? Like, does it matter? Or, because this is already here, it would be better to just go up to the left right here. Sorry, I'm gonna ask a lot of questions. Middle is better. Okay. Cool. So, can I just run this as is now? I should be able to just run it as is, yeah? Easy later on, you start with this snake. Okay, makes sense.
Tornado.
Might turn that down a little bit. Really try to place max rooms when you're starting out, so the destabilizer takes the rooms instead of the road you're building. Okay. So build path up the middle, rooms to the left and right. Yeah. To like bait the rooms.
Too slow.
Yeah, hold on. I'll go buy one of those grand architect project thingies. Alright, temple complete. What's up, David? Should we buy multiple or just one for now? I thought these would be really expensive. Completing the tower makes all nearby maps accessible. Cool. The temple prints them. Oh, okay. I was about to say, I swear those used to be like a couple div.
Hail.
Oh, nice choice.
Oh, I think that other guy was grabbing them as well. That's fine. I got one. What would be the issue? Are you wearing a stun immune charm? You should be wearing a stun immune charm so that you don't get stunned very often. We're just gonna dump everything in here. Boom, boom, boom. Cool. We'll check that out. Yep. Very helpful. Okay, sorry, I'm gonna be asking a lot of questions. Should we put this in a tower that we've already pathed to and completed nodes around? Or go to a brand new fresh tower? Because we got one there that we could just go path to. Brand new? Okay. Looks like we've got a lot of real estate this way. Just go down to this one. Just need a map. And then we're running 6 mod maps with no... With no tablets or tablets? We're just trying to blast. No tablets. Oh god. Unspec from shrines. Oh god. Oh, we could pick up some of those like light things to see the map better. Probably wouldn't be a horrible idea. We are skipping content, just focusing on temples. Are you guaranteed to find a Val Temple in each map? Like one of the things. Yeah, okay. Easy enough. I must have missed it then. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, we do have a Val Vegan. Oh god. Got it. How good do you think the werewolf build is for hardcore? Probably not great. You'd want to change a little bit of the way that I spent if you were playing hardcore, to be honest with you. The tech with the grand project is to only get the crystals that keep going, or else it's a waste. To only get the crystals that keep going. What do you mean by that?
I'm not ready.
Then keep going. Oh. Yeah. We're like not killing the map boss or anything. We're just do the temple, get our crystals, then dip. We need to complete these maps because we need to get to our tower first. So these maps I need to kill the boss on. Not the chilled ground. Alright, So we complete temple, then put grand project in. Completing the tower makes all nearby maps accessible. How does this work? Do I have to put it in the temple or in the tower to run? Completing the tower makes all nearby maps accessible. Yeah, cool. Boom, boom.
Nice night for a stroll, if you don't mind monsters.
Didn't activate the valve then? Did I already pass by one? I don't think so, right? I've been basically ignoring temple entirely on this character, so if I skip over one, force a habit. You did? Okay. Well, we can beat the map and then teleport back. It's fine. There'll be a teleport at the front. I see it. I did run by right by it. Thank you.
An easy trophy.
Whoopsies. Oh. Dumb. Alright, let's see what we lost. We lost one of our connecting nodes. So I have a Spy Master, a bunch of other stuff, but no paths. So do we just place stuff to the side to, like, try to not destabilize this path? Yep, okay. Or Auxiliary while you're doing the architect runs for a chance at some lucky loot. Okay. So maybe I'll put one node here, and then run it. Does it matter what room or not really? Apply to place rooms that have a chance for medallions after you get to architect once. How much medallion can we say? 0. This is fresh. This is literally a fresh character. We're just doing it now. We could do this on my druid, but my druid's got a bunch of medallion capacity, but my temple's like already all over the place. All right, let's place some stuff to protect our path, if I understand this correctly. So I'll just do that. That should protect that. I don't know. We're just trying to build a path and not lose it.
The Val are sure to have some surprises. Ice shot! These Val don't know when to stop. In my sights. Seems the Val are gearing up for a fight.
Just keep running Architect. Gotcha. There's no enemies in there. Incredible.
Barely broke a sweat. I need more time.
Cool. How come you're completing the temple every time instead of just running out and closing? Do you not have to go clear the rooms? I thought it didn't give you progress unless you like went and cleared the rooms. Am I stupid? Oh, sweet child. You don't have to clear the rooms. Okay, we're learning a lot. Alright. So now we've got the grand project stuff. We can just boop into a map, get the temple, and then leave. This is very cool. We just gotta keep an eye out on where the temple's gonna be. Just Zerg the boss. True. I thought the whole point was to, like, not kill the boss. I do like that strat, though. Boom. That's why light radius. Does light radius make it so you don't have to get as close to a checkpoint to get it? No, you just see more map. Okay.
Need more time. Too weak, too slow.
Word. Yeah, I'm glad we're doing this on this character and not the druid, mainly because like we get to experience what it'd be like starting from literally zero. My druid has killed the architect and gotten like the medallions, so we'd be kind of skipping that stuff. But I didn't really know what I was doing. I still don't.
Try to run. Go on. Try.
Do you think they are gonna like gut temple next league? Oh, good. I'd imagine it definitely gets adjusted, but it'll probably still be a solid way, even after it gets changed, to make currency if you spend the time. All right. We only have corners. Just place a corner and then walk in. I don't think I can place those on top of each other. Or don't place anything if it's not a straight line. Cool. Sorry, I have so many questions. So you think this is fine to leave like this because we've got these two rooms as kind of bait to get destroyed? Or should we put something at the end of this? Teach me the ways. Probably drop at least one more on the bottom left part. All right, let's put one here. Put down golems. Do the other side. Right side, right side. there? There or bottom or right? Not top. Okay, let's put it there. Right. No. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. This is thumbs up. Top is the only spot not to put it. Okay. Yeah, that's fine there. Okay, cool. All right. Thumbs up. Good to go. They're just there to bait. Okay. Put a smithy next to it. Like that. Okay. And then you said I could just walk in and then leave? Like literally walk in and dip?
Means new dangers.
You can? Dude, what the fuck? I didn't know that. Then close the temple. Wait, is there something you need to do that? Oh, that's what I was doing wrong. I was not running the whole thing, and then I was just dipping. I didn't know that you could do the console to close. Okay. So we're good. It didn't ruin where we were at. Dingus. Dude, I didn't know I needed to interact with the console to close it. I'm learning so much. I haven't killed... I haven't done anything on this character. Basically a fresh, brand new temple run. We're playing an Ice Shot Deadeye, by the way. If you haven't played Ice Shot before, it is fantastic. I'd still recommend leveling with Lightning Arrow, but once you get some gear, it's so good. Didn't we just do Ravine? I don't know if it matters. How much for this Ice Shot build? I don't know if I can give you a great answer than that on that. Because when I put this together, things were significantly cheaper than they are right now. I would say I'm probably around... I don't know, it's tough to say. When we originally put this together, I'd probably say we spent around 100 div. In like today's prices. But like I got Rakiatas to drop, so like we didn't spend any money on that. What is the Temple of Vesta Zunti? I have no idea. My chest piece was 18 divines. We're wearing a headhunter. My bow is 28 divines. My quiver was 70 exalts. Boots were like 3 div. Gloves were like 5 div. Helmet was like 6 div. Rings are both like a few div, like 1 to 2. Amulet we crafted. +2 level of projectiles. Flask is like 70 exalts. Charms are all like a few exalts. I'm wearing a Heart of the Well that I bought for about 8 div. This was 1 div. This jewel's about a div. This isn't the one that we should be using. It's just what I had in my stash at the time. Honestly, most of our currency is in support gems. Like Garacons, Rakiatas, Ulnatals. Those are expensive upgrades, but like not needed. Exclamation mark bow is the link to the build, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, there's no, I mean, unless your build is revolving around a very, very specific, expensive, unique, most builds don't need, like, you know, crazy gear to get going. And right now, most mid-tier gear is cheap. Because a lot of people are looking for, like, God roll, God tier gear, and that is really expensive. Just to rush maps for temples. Yeah, we're trying to learn how to make a temple right now. Am I related to dad mods? I wish. Cool. We have to click this though. Money, please. Supported skills require 50% less glory to use. Fuck out. What's one more? Oh shit, Adonia's. Oh, we can try corrupting that. And now it's dirt cheap? Really? Yeah, I bought mine for like 18 div. I don't know how much it's worth now. What the fuck? You can get a high resire for 40 exalts. That's crazy. Is the temple like printing these as well? Is that why? It is interesting. That actually technically brings down the price of this build because that's one of the few items that like you really do want for this setup as higher is. I think I can place the T like this one and then the long one on top of it, yeah? Which means that's definitely what we should do. Yeah, I'll go. Boom, beautiful. Look, we're doing it. We're doing it. All right, now let's protect this chain. So, should we place a smithy, I guess probably here? Use room on top left to connect. Oh, shit, look at that. Oh, God. You can just go to architect now. It's gonna delete like 2 things until you kill architect, so I wouldn't worry too much about protection. Place rims to protect the road. You're gone forever. Should we double connect or not worth? No. Messes up top road. Okay. So let's place 1 there. And like 1 there. Loops are always bad. Okay. You need to start protecting, and I think you'll need to complete like 3 rooms. Okay. So should be more protected now. We don't need to run this rooms, we just need to run to the architect and kill it.
No 2 trips are the same in this place. I shot.
Yeah, we did get to the architect pretty quick.
Easy trophy. They'll need more than this. Let's see what you can do. All that strength wasted.
Boom, boom.
Time to flush the architect out of his hidey hole.
You have come too far. My design never fails. Bite, cold.
We got a Zopek medallion. It used to increase maximum crystal capacity by 6 up to 60.
Oh, look at that.
Hog.
A blood medallion.
Is that guaranteed?
I think I've got something in here about those. Ah, yes. This will come in handy for exploring.
I have done it. We now have full access. Use Shippocado's console to open the path.
Not always. No. Okay. Empire's Grasp. Unless you want to do Atziri. I don't know. I'm fine with not doing Atziri. It's fine. Don't use them. Okay. So, good to go?
Let's see what we can do with it back at the
Just
console.
dip. Click the medallion. Click the medallion.
I have done it. We now have full access.
Oh,
Use
word.
Shippocado's console to open the path to the royal
Word,
repair.
word. Yeah, I see now. Our capacity is now 12.
From there.
Behold my glory, and be awed. I am your queen, and you live to serve.
Close this. Oh, he fucking moved. Okay. Does he always kind of stay up in this like top range? Yeah, okay. Now start making a T-road. Word. For 60 energy, yeah. Oh, just drunk. So having the more energy means that I can run more maps before having to go into the temple? Exactly. Okay. Let's craft this real quick. Quality. Socket. Omen of corruption. I have one. There it is. Looking for +1 all spells. +1 all fire. Not bad. Looks like it's about a div, maybe.
Have an order? I'll do what I can to sell it for you.
Yes.
Whoa. Those aren't awful. Boom, boom, boom. +4, that one is 54 divs. Nice.
Cool off.
Wait, how do you get a +4? Double corrupt? It can roll +4? Oh, really? Wait, as a base? Like the base wand can roll +4? Really? I did not know that. What wand is that? Adonia's Ego? Oh, incredible. That couldn't have been any better. So, I could go into the temple now, yeah? Or we could go do more maps and then use all of our energy. Correct. Alright, I guess we'll do, I don't store them, I just do it. Let's go peep. 2 runs and you should get guaranteed to get the architect again. We did get 3 paths on this. So you're saying I could leave and it would still get this? La, 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 la. Mox, yeah. He was spamming before. I got him. Boom, 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 boom. Shit, I thought I'd be able to go off of there. Worth putting here or not? Probably not. T-shape, yeah. Ooh. Road on the left. Oh god. And then should we place these guardhouses to protect this somehow? Yeah. Okay, so here's my question. I'm trying to understand this. Does it matter if I place a room to get deleted here versus like at this top end? Or is it like equal odds of getting deleted? Yes, it does matter. Oh god. He messaged you and asked for an unban? That's crazy. Rooms get deleted at the end of a chain. Each separate non-connected tile is more susceptible to be deleted. Okay. On a protected room, it has a chance to get deleted. So should we put a room up here? Or not worth? This will get deleted because loops are bad. Okay. Put one right. Top right or bottom right? Top. All right, sorry, last question. Top right, middle, or bottom? I'm hoping to get a level of put it up. Top right. Okay. And then let's put one like here to also try to not get deleted. The architect's in a bad spot. Gotcha. I'm just gonna put one there. And we'll see. All right, now let's walk out. Roche Temple. Okay, it deleted our bait room. That's fine. The highlighted greens places are deal places to put them if they don't loom. Well, okay. Once again, still learning. If I'm not trying to build out the temple right now, right? I'm just trying to kill the architect. Putting them in the like highlighted green spots is like juicing up the other rooms, right? That means it's leveling them up, and I don't really care about that right now, right? Like I'm not trying to get good rooms. I just want to get to the architect, kill him. So like I'm not trying to like level up the rooms right now because I don't want them to be leveled up. Dude, this grand project tech is crazy. I could technically start working on an outside left chain, yeah? While I'm doing this. No, yes. You could, but it's not worth it. Okay.
I'm fighting my way out.
It is down left. As I was fighting, gotcha.
Cool off.
I didn't put the right room. What is, well, I guess, like, what the question is, like, what's the, is there an ideal starting room of your chain? After Hotfix generator is good. Start with generator. Okay. So if I didn't start with the generator on the left, how bad is it if I just put it the second next room? Where is this thing? It's up. Dude, having the boss reveal the whole map, so nice. Alright, so we can run that temple, but let's save up another one. The hard temple layout is a pain in the ass to set up. Oh yeah. How do I know how much like energy or crystals I have? Is there a way to tell without going into the temple? Your memory? Oh, God. To find either this boss or this temple. Boss is this one. Huge. Oh, it's all the way up around. What is that? We probably just find the Val Temple instead.
Yes.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to putting on some light radius stuff. Boom, 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 boom. So, what makes the hard layout the hard layout? Like, what's the big difference?
You there, local, come here.
It's AB rather than ABC. And I'm imagining AB just allows you to squeak out a little bit more juice. Less filler rooms.
Ice shot.
You an idiot for not knowing what game this is. This is Path of Exile 2. It's a very cool game. I think that's 12. Nope, just 6. Plug and go. Oh god. 20 to 60 for pretty juiced. Okay, we're not going for the hard one. Once again, I'm not trying to like make a crazy temple and then run it for hours and get a bunch of divines. I mainly just want to understand how to do it and set it up and get a feel for it so that next league, if it's profitable, we can do it.
Can I help?
Below.
Thanks for the chat.
Bleh. You post the Milky Planner? Word. Yeah, we should just prep some maps. They don't want the temple to be how it is right now. They want you to interact with more of the mechanics. Okay. I mean, still, my like level of understanding of it is 0. So. And I'm like kind of... I'm the type of learner that I just need to like do it myself. Like the video guides are very helpful, but until we actually experience like it ourselves, it's gonna be tough for me to grasp. Beautiful. What's up, unforeseen night on? Alright, how much energy is that? That's 10. Come back in one more. So before the hotfix that buffed up the amount of crystals you got in maps, were you getting like 1 crystal? And now you can get 2? Is that why it wasn't worth doing in maps and doing the Holton strat? Yeah, gotcha. Plus 8 modded. Gotcha. All right, I have no paths. Thoughts? Should probably put one here to protect this path again, yeah? Okay. Slap one there. This is the thing you said I needed to start my temple, yeah? But I see I can't place it after one of these rooms. You don't want those 2 rooms on your starting area. The depot and guardhouse. Gotcha, I didn't know. Alright, I think we just run it like that. Let's just run it like that. We're learning, we're learning. Place depot workshop beside the architect. Whoops.
No 2 trips are the same in this place.
Okay, that deleted that one. Let's place that there. And then we could connect this via a room. Does it matter what room we connect it with? Or not really? Since you started with armory. Go smithy, golem, smithy, armory, barracks by master, start your master drain. Doesn't matter. Okay. Should we put down anything else to protect? Maybe something up here. Nothing matters when you kill architect. In the middle, maybe? Like, oh, that creates a loop, though. Loop's bad. Loop's bad. We learned loops are bad. Lower middle, like here. Thumbs up. Good. Yeah, cool. All right.
No 2 trips
Dude, it's
are the
crazy
same.
that this one little mechanic in PoE 2 has more complexity and depth to it than, like,
Prepare yourself.
a lot of other games that I've played.
And lift off. Looks like trouble waiting to happen.
This ends here.
The rest of the game combined. Yeah, it's kind of insane.
I shall end you. Flaming missile.
That's kind of part of the reason I'm so glad I'm playing this game now. Rather than when it drops at 1.0. You know, because when this game comes out in 1.0 and you've got like 8 of these different mechanics all in one all in one game, it's gonna be so much harder to learn all at once than kind of this, which is like you can kind of like piecemeal play. That's why it's so hard to get into PoE 1 right now. This is 35 different league mechanics all stacked on top of each other. You gotta learn. Alright, we're not placing any of these rooms. We are gonna click our medallion. That gives us our medallion. checkpoint. Teleport over here. This mechanic's more complex than anything in PoE 1. Really? I don't know all of the PoE League mechanics, but I've avoided a lot of them because they felt like they would be tough to learn. Okay, that's not the worst thing. That's not the worst thing. Can I get to this guy here? I think I can get to him right now. Holy shit. Look at that. Boom. Should we do a little protection here? And then good? Put road there. Here? Why? Is it'll get deleted? Yeah, okay. And defend it with a room. Well, here's the only place I can defend it without making a loop, yeah? This is fine. Put it below. No. You can link paths from these rooms or no? At the end of it. Okay. Alright. Sorry. Sorry. I know this is probably painful.
No two trips are the same in this place. Cool off! Quick and lethal. In my sight.
Seems like a lot of this is just figuring out how to manipulate the temple's mechanics. Oh, I didn't mean to walk in there. Once you're building your chain, it's very straightforward. Okay. So you're saying that this, trying to figure out how to do this is more complicated? Word. We take that. Complete temple rooms. What? Since when? You need half. Gotcha. So, building out the actual temple, you're making a chain going on the left. And then kind of doing the same thing. You put like bait rooms down in the middle to try to protect your chain until you can get the medallions to guarantee protect your chain. Till you get locks. And then once you get locks and can sustain them, then it just becomes automated. You can go left or right depending on where the boss is. So if the boss is right, you go left. Vice versa.
palace of Liravol shall not suffer the same fate as Atsuatan. Undulating frost.
But everyone just does it to the left because YouTuber said so. Word.
I have done it. We now have full access. Use Shippukado's console to open a path to the Royal Access Chamber. From there, we will be able to gain entry to it.
You used to increase your medallion capacity. Huge. All right, we gotta go back. So we've got 18 energy now. Should we go get one more medallion and then start building? Or is it worth to like not even bother until you get a bunch?
Yes.
Have an order? I'll do you proud.
You'll need Spymaster rooms saved up, or you'll end up needing locks to keep Spymaster from deleting rooms before you get 60 out of 6 crystals. At least before you start. Oh god.
Barely broke a sweat.
That's why you want to try to save up some Spy Masters. So what do you mean by that? If I get a Spy Master in my offered rooms and I don't use it, it's used, it keeps in the next round? Or what do you mean by save up Spy Masters? A medallion saves them. Only once they're placed though, yeah? Golem works, drops medallions. Oh, okay. So we could start trying to get some medallions technically now to help with our chain start. at the very beginning of your chain, and it'll boost the other stuff you put down later since the changes they made. Gotcha. So let's say, just out of curiosity, let's say we do all this stuff and then I want to start a fresh temple. You just put down no rooms, open the temple, close the temple, put down no rooms, open the temple, close the temple until everything's gone. Technically, to start fresh. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So it's not like we totally borked ourselves by putting that one thing to the left or one thing to the right. We could start from fresh. You do architect to clear rooms too. Yep. Well, the only thing about doing architect is you got to build rooms to get to the architect. Do we not get a Val in this map? It looks like we didn't. I don't see it on the content.
A challenger! Come. Okay. Now my seat. You are worthy.
Unless you've done the map. Man, it's not showing up in the content, and it's not showing up on the map now. I don't think so. I don't think I've done this one, though. Killing the boss has no effect on stuff showing up on the map. It's checkpoints. Interesting. All right, you were right. I was wrong. Thank you. Noise. Something satisfying about it. It's like, now that we're actually doing it, it's starting to become like less complicated in my head. Like once we have our medallions, we're basically kind of just like following a format, yeah. While placing some rooms up the middle with a connecting room to protect the chain we're making. So let's say we want to start with a certain room, right? Like the generator or the golem or whatever. Are you just kind of rinse and repeating, checking, opening, closing until you get that and then start your chain? Like just don't bother with anything until you get that specific piece? No tech temple guide that made this really straightforward. I think we were watching that earlier. A lot of them were talking about building out the temple, which we weren't to that step yet. We were at the step of killing Architect. So I wanted to kill the Architect first, and then do some research about building the temple.
The absolute best anniversary month. Happy 69 months.
Hey, holy shit,
Loving
D3.
the PoE2 content. This game scratches the right itches.
Scratches the right itches. Riot. Thank you for that hot sauce. T3 for 69 months. Incredible. Golem, Smithy, Armory, then start working towards your Spy Master chain. If you get lucky, you can get like 8 rooms down at once. That would be sick. Oh, and that's why saving up the like room capacity is so helpful, because you can put down way more at once. You post looking for the temple planner? Is it the like Suro planner? If so, I have that. Dude, PoE's got some of the best, like, outside of game website integrations of anything I've played. It's kind of insane. Like, it's insane that there's already, like, a full temple planner with all of the mechanics and, like, built in. Insane. So many PoE sweats. Elite Dangerous. Never gotten into any of those like ship games. Oh, this build guide. Exclamation mark Moze? I think is the command. I do have this build guide posted though. No. Come on. It's either bow or bows. That should probably link to the build guide on YouTube, not the planner, but that's okay. Are so satisfying, dude. They're so much fun to play. Cold builds in general in this game are just so good. I still have yet to play like a fire build. I played a lot of lightning and cold. Why is my thumbnail Bodhi? Wait, what? Bodhi? I don't even know what that means. Druid Walking Calamity Fire build is fun, yeah. But that build doesn't like... I mean, I guess this build doesn't really either, but like... That build doesn't like scale ignites or anything. It's just like, it's just doing fire.
Go on.
But I guess the same could be said for like literally this build, so... Ooh, T1 Flat Fizz. +2 to melee skills. 40 fire res. Not terrible.
Oh, it's you. I'll tend to the books. Have an order?
Boom, 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 boom. DM. Okay. We'll do. What time is it right now? 9:14. Oh, I'm gonna order some dinner. Give me one sec. Boom, boom, boom. The graphics hurt your eyes, really? This is a build that you're gonna want a little bit of currency to go into. I probably spent like 40 divines to get this build going and feeling really good. And since then, I've invested probably in another 100. We're doing some like weird lineage stuff that you like definitely don't need to do though. Like currently we're using the armor break tech, and I didn't have a bow with the gain damage as extra fizz, so we had to do a bunch of weird chaos stuff so that I could break armor with chaos damage, which was expensive to do. But I didn't want to get in our bow, so I spent 20 divs on my current bow. You rocking Headhunter? Yeah. Yup. If you have 300 div, you can make this build easy peasy. Ah, we crashed. Boom, boom, boom. New to the game, I'm able to do T14 maps really easy. I haven't gotten a higher tier map. How are people getting divs? I've only had 2 drop for you. Raw divines are not overly common to come across. Currently, people are getting divines through the temple system. Let's keep running some more things to have enough to do a bunch in a row. What's on bow? I have like mirror tier with all fizz. Oh man, that's way better than my bow. I've got T2 fizz, T3 added fizz, T3 cold, T2 crit chance, attack speed, and crit damage. You could go for plus level to skills instead of crit damage. It's just cheaper to get crit damage. But that's my bow. And I got bow attacks, fire an additional arrow, and 5% of damage is extra elements. It's a 587 DPS bow.
Cool off. Too weak, too slow.
Plus 5 projectile would be good. Yeah, that'd be great. I thought they changed it to new surpass stat. You can put it on as a gem. Bow attacks fire an additional arrow is a rune. Go on. This one came with it on already, which was really nice. I think it was like 8 divines at the time. But yeah, we look for you want an obliterator bow. The like reduced range doesn't matter for ice shot because ice shot just explodes outwards after it hits an enemy. So you still like hit the whole screen regardless of like the reduced range. It's really nice. Boom, 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 boom. It was a pain to craft. Yeah, you'd be fine with a pure fizz bow for this build. It would be, if you had a mirror to your fizz bow, you're chilling. The big thing you do want on your bow, if you're playing the poison build, I think the poison build went crit that Fub posted. You need crit chance. That's the big thing. High fizz and big crit chance, and you're chilling. But we are a crit build. What's my ice shot tooltip? Without any buffs, like 89k. The big thing with ice shot to understand if you're gonna try this build is ice shot itself, once you have like a decent bow and some damage, you can just shoot everything and it'll one-tap stuff. But our single target damage, like for like pinnacle bosses and stuff like that, is through the use of tornado shot. Tornado shot is what lets us pump tons of damage because it copies all of our projectiles, and it copies our Mirage Archer's projectiles as well. So we get way more overlapping damage. This is a crit build? Yeah.
Speak.
You even reverse chill attack? No. Well, that was an easy map. Huh. We could, like, I mean, there's still a ton of upgrades if we wanted to make them that we could do for this build. Well, we got to the point that it felt like, you know, we could do any of the content. Where are we going? But, like, for example, I'm still using a +2 amulet. My boots only have 30% movement speed. Like, there's a lot of upgrades we could go do if we wanted to make them. Getting a +3 amulet would be really nice. Getting level the projectile skills on our bow would be nice. 2+3 amulet with crit for sale. Does it have lightning res and spirit?
Go on.
Boom, boom, boom. Sad. Oh yeah, Pathfinder's super speedy. Am I having mana issues? I am not having mana issues. A big thing that I'm doing is the I'm using a time loss with recover 1% of mana on kill in a big jewel socket, or sorry, medium jewel socket. So I'm getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5% of my mana back on every kill, which that alone is more than enough sustain for maps, and then we're just bleaching on bosses. It's very cozy. We had 30k EHP. If you're still having mana issues, you could use an Osin's Oath if you wanted to give you recovery based on elemental damage instead of fizz damage.
Go on.
You need a 300 div against the darkness for the build I'm trying to do? What the fuck? What kind of build are you trying to do? Let's see. If I wanted to get an amulet with an upgrade, can you get crit chance on an amulet? I think you can. Amulet. Let's see. Amulet. Spirit. 40. Crit chance. Count 1. Global defenses. Increased energy shield. Energy shield. Count 2. Level of all projectile skills 3. Yeah, that's basically the amulet we'd be looking for. 65 dev. How much are you selling that for, captive? These guys stopped at 12% crit chance. What the hell? The guy offered you 1,500 divines. Yeah, I'm not in that. I'm not in that big boy market. I gotta farm some temple to do that. What's up, Nut Tommy? How you doing? They say it's over. Dude, 80 div and it's got a life regen on it. Rolls crazy. Yeah, those are very nice. That one's insane for 140 div. I mean, I have that currency. We could buy it. I wouldn't have any left. We could. I've got a lot of things to sell that we could make a lot of money off of. That's the thing right now is like I'm very happy with this build. Like I don't feel like I need to buy any upgrades, but like we could. You know what I mean? It technically could. That is kind of the thing with builds right now in this game is like, you know, we're at the point of the season where people are just like min-maxing to like basically all perfect items, and there's no build in the game that needs all perfect items or like the absolute best rolls on anything. It's just like, you know, people are enjoying the game. They want the best items, and people that are grinding like crazy can afford that. How's my bow? It's pretty good. I don't think I need an upgrade, but like we could. It's a 508 DPS bow with 510 fizz DPS with T3 added fizz, T3 cold, T2 crit chance, attack speed and crit damage. How much would a bow upgrade cost? It's pretty good. Yeah. Like I'm very happy with that. let's see. 500 damage per second. 700 crit chance. 9.5. Yeah, so if we wanted an upgrade, we're looking at like 180 div. Yeah, I mean, there's like 100 divs, and I feel like my bow is about as good as that. About my bow for 28 div. Conquered. Yeah, it's pretty similar to my bow for 100, and the next one's 420 diff. Oh, that's insane. 588 div. Sheesh. Would this build work with hundreds? Oh yeah, definitely. I did this on a Deadeye because I wanted to try the new Mirage Archer, which was new this season. You'd be tankier on a Amazon because of the thing of the Leech Energy Shield. The Mirage Archer is very nice though. Especially for single target. I don't think we found the thing yet. To upgrade your wand, you need 3,600 divs. I see it. How many is that? We're at 18. Cool. All right. I've got... Okay, so we did get a Spy Master. Oh, shit. Look, it broke my bottom. That sounds weird, but we have the open spot here now. Yay! Shut up. So do we do anything with this Spy Master? Architect's not in a good spot. No, not yet. Architect is in a good spot. Well, I only have 18 medallion thingies, right? We still want to put it down and protect it with a barracks. Could do Spy Master to guardhouse. Well, I don't think we're starting our chain yet. I was just trying to figure out if there's anything I should do, because these are rare, right? Or, like, not that rare that we should really care about it. This would be a bad spot for an architect because it would have to hit it, right? Like if we chained, it would connect here regardless. In middle, put the Spy Master, like right there. Then protect it with barracks. Barracks is the guardhouse. Like that. One down from where it is. I don't think it connects if I go one down. Looks like it only is middle or right. Middle. Oh god. And then we can path. If I put this here, could I connect Chamber of Souls to it? No, it'll only connect off of here. In the middle now, unless you're not trying to optimize. I'm trying to learn how to be optimal, but like we're not starting our chain yet, I don't think. I could put another one next to this, by the way. I don't know if that matters. That loops. Okay, loop bad, loop bad. And then we connect like that. Let's do guardhouse to connect to the architect. Does it matter if we go bottom left or top right to connect to the architect? Nah, okay. All right, let's put it there. And then should we put this Chamber of Souls anywhere to try to protect our path up here? Yeah, okay. Spot 2, 3, or 4. 2, 3, or 4. Well, these aren't in danger of getting broken, right? Because they're connected to stuff now. So not do Do I actually need to protect this? Like, it'll break here, but it... I'll just put it in same. Alright.
New layout means new dangers.
Oh, that's right. We need to complete some rooms before we can architect.
I've seen sturdy scarecrows. In my sights. Barely broke a sweat.
Soil her glory!
Whoa. Oh, that's... I don't think we care about that. Wrong medallion. Wait, change ascendancy. You got to do the ascendancy trial, and you have to do the one that gives you 4 ascendancy points. So like, trial of Sakuma is go kill the final boss, and then you can change your ascendancy at the altar.
You have come too far. My design never fails. Wait it.
Hey.
This medallion's rather beautiful.
I have done it. We now have you ship from there.
All right, we don't care about this treasure room, I don't think. Let's go back. What's 3 mirrors? Just dropped the Temporalis relic. Oh shit. GG's. You win. Okay, our Spy Master was saved. Cool. And we've maintained some of our T-shape. I can connect to him again. We put this here. This here. Boom. Oh, dude, that's so great. Oh shit, we got the dynamo. Isn't this what you're supposed to start the left side with? Worth putting down or no? On the left here. You could. I mean, it's probably gonna get deleted. Might lose it though. Radioact. Oh, I mean, I guess why not, right? Yeah, exactly. There's no reason not to. Let's protect. Do a protect. Does it matter where this one goes? Should we put it up top? 1, 2, or 3? Anywhere? Okay. Put him there and run. That creates a loop. Loop bad. That creates a loop. Cool. Let's run that.
The Val are sure to have some surprises. Prepare yourself. Too weak, too slow. Cool off.
Ren, it went horrible. They showed off the trailer from 7 months ago. It was a huge debate. I don't know what the fuck. Seriously? Yep. Waited 3 hours for a trailer that has been out for 7 months. Oh shit, we got a destabilization medallion. Very cool. Take that up. I got it. We're good. I do, Junior. I see him. Did I miss something?
You have come too far.
Boom, boom, boom,
My
boom,
design
boom, boom.
never fails. Measured.
Use this to re-roll the room cards available for placement. Restricted room cards may not be re-rolled this way. That's not what we were hoping for.
I have done it. We now have full access. Use ship from there.
That's a good one for later. Okay. We got Death Rush. Nope, we don't care. Don't put those down. I'm not. Easy peasy, dude. I see the oh, we lost our dynamo. Fuck. I see. Oh, and we lost our spy master. Mother truck. Should have protected the. I don't know if we could have protected the spy master. When killing the boss, not worth locking anything. Well, I want to keep my T-shape alive, yeah. Let's slap this in there. It will stay no matter what? What, this will stay no matter what? My T? You moving your architect around? I'm trying to build up medallions and like energy. It'll only delete unprotected rooms. End of chain / lines. Gotcha. So like it wouldn't just like it couldn't just delete any of this. Like this is all safe. This whole thing most likely. I'll throw one up there. And probably be fun. Should we place these paths or not worth? We could place this one and then one to the right. That makes a loop though. For fodder. Could place it there. Thoughts or leave it? I think probably just leave it. Just don't loop. All that matters. Okay. Once you fill up the grid. Well, we're going to fill up the grid with some tasty juice. Is the plan. Just a big part on the way, can't stop.
No two trips are the same in this place.
Right now, we're just killing this boss over and over to prep.
Too weak, too slow.
Oh shit, I forgot to order dinner. I said I was gonna do that. Whoa. Everything you can to protect the top middle path. Oh god. Used to add room commander. Commander is good. Is that not a normal room that you can get? It's a medallion room, regular. Okay.
How did you reach me? Fractured space.
Hey, we got the right one.
I'll hold this medallion for you.
Shitty.
I have done it. We now have full access. Use Shippocado's console to open a path to the Royal Access Chamber. From there, we will be able to gain entry to Atziri's private chambers on our next attempt.
I definitely don't have that thought, Ren. Oh, we can make it to that. Huge. This chaining architects is insane, dude. All right, we got a spy master. Let's place and protect that. So we're gonna place that and then protect it with this. And now let's place some shit to protect our T. I'm not paralyzed because I seem to be struck by you. I wanna make you move. Ooh, I shouldn't have connected that, should I? It'll get rid of this and then it'll get rid of that. It's fine. Yeah.
The Val are sure to have some surprises in store. Ice shot! Nowhere to run. Patience.
That room is done. We need to go do 2 more rooms. Should kind of always do the spy master if we have one. For that medallion chance. So spy masters only level up by killing other spy masters, you know?
The Val many unseen others. Too weak, too slow.
Or using the medallion.
Let's hit these bastards where they live.
Cool.
This ends here. In Atziri's name, I shall end you. Strategic, but this
W. Extra medallion capacity.
I have done it. We now have full access. Use ship from there.
Behold my glory and be awed. I am your queen, and you live to serve.
You know what's funny is like I used to ask like, yo, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe in like every video, and I've stopped doing that. But I will say it does work. Like when you do say it, I know it feels like it doesn't work, but anytime I've done the like, oh, like, you know, please like, comment, and subscribe. If you check that versus like any other video and I don't say it, people do it, subscribe more. I'll usually pair it with the like, oh, 70% of my viewers are not subscribed. So if you enjoy the video, make sure to subscribe. But yeah, I'd say I put it in a video once every like month, 2 months. If it's a video I've put in like a ton of effort and time into, I'll probably whip it out. Oh, level 79, sad.
what is it? This is all we have, as expected. Time is of the essence.
Dude, it's so crazy that we chanced a headhunter in under like 10 chance orbs. Because I've chanced a lot since and never gotten lucky again.
Yes, these are our gold is useless to me. Take it. Go.
You see my dilemma? I do see your dilemma. Boom, 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 boom. Streamer client, true. Yeah, it was very nice of GGG to add me to the streamer client this season. Boom, boom. Didn't Fob get one of his first chance? Yeah, dude, he's on this server. What's up, Daster? How you doing? Boom, boom. I'm getting a chicken over rice. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. They did a streamer queue once? Really? In PoE 1? But yeah. Was that recent or long ago? Thought it was a huge mistake. Yeah, that's crazy. I've never. I always say like the streamer client stuff is a joke. You should watch his most recent video. I did watch his most recent video. It was great. Very interesting. And low-key throwing some shade.
Will rise.
It's unfortunate that he left. I mean, I don't know the whole story, but it seemed like he left on good terms, right? He just wanted to, like, go do something else. And, you know, I've been working on PoE for many years, wanted to go do something else. You see the TFD dev update vid? Nope. I didn't know that there was a dev update vid, to be honest with you. You have a build guide. I do have a build guide for this, Hushed. I've got a planner and 2 YouTube videos. Said they could make a better game, and they did. Yeah, the story of PoE is fucking crazy. It's very interesting the direction that Diablo's kind of gone since, I guess, Diablo 2. you can like meme on Diablo 4, but I do think, and we do, but I do think that a lot of players got brought into the ARPG or tried their first ARPG with Diablo 4. There was so many people playing that game, and it was so many people's first ever ARPG that no, obviously it didn't have the smoothest launch or first few seasons, but I think PoE also probably would have blown up anyways, but Diablo paving the way a little bit definitely helped, in my opinion.
What's new? Check back soon.
Post Game of 4. What, you didn't love running what was it, Champ's Demise? Till your fingers fell off? I'm good, Ren. I'll be able to find it. I mean, I really enjoyed D4 when it came out. I basically made content on the game for a whole year. The frustrating thing with D4 was that it felt like it was made in a bubble. Like, they just weren't paying attention to what any of the other ARPGs in the space what was working for them. Like, it was crazy that it launched with the endgame that it had when, like, Passive Exile and even, like, Last Epoch were existing.
Need more time.
The betas were really fun. Nothing beats the Outriders beta though. That's my goat. How's temple building going? Really good actually. Well, we're still in the process of like prepping, if that makes sense. We're basically just farming architects to get our medallions and our capacity up. But I have learned so much in this short little time, which is what the whole goal of doing this was, is I just wanted to learn how everything works and get my hands on it. Because I really, like, I fucked around with the temple on my first character on our druid, but I had no idea what I was doing. So like it never resulted in anything. I feel like I didn't really learn anything and just put rooms, ran them, and then they got deleted. but it didn't seem worth. So by the time I got to like maps, or after we had run it a few times at maps, we just stopped doing it all entirely. But yeah, I mean, I'm imagining this mechanic, even if it is nerfed, isn't going anywhere. So I want to learn it. To get him to the spot you want him to be. So what's the ideal spot? Not one away from a wall. Yeah. And then it sounds like it doesn't technically matter if he's on left or right. Have you said where you want your architect? No, I don't think so. One from right, two from top. Oh shit. We didn't do the Val thing there. I killed the boss, dude. See if we could find him. This map layout is something. I might just move on to the next one. I'm trying to explore every nook and cranny on this. There it is. What's that put us at? 2. Incredible. You had him before, but the most ideal is middle. Gotcha. I mean, I still want to like get our medallions and our capacity up a bit more, I think. But I'd be down to start building. Once again, like, my goal isn't to like farm this for hours and spend 40 hours building it to farm hundreds of divines. I mainly just want to do it so that we can learn it and figure out what we need to make a chain and probably build up like one side fully. The least you start with is 36 crystals. Well, we're at 24 right now, if I'm not mistaken. We're needing our grand project soon. Huge. Love to see that. Understand. This build is crazy. Hey, thank you. Ice Shot is one of my favorites. It's definitely my most played build in PoE. We played it a lot when the game first came out, and they buffed the daylights out of it this patch. Boom, 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 boom. What'd they give Ice Shot? Oh, you didn't, dude. They did the Ice Shot buff literally the night before the patch went live. So like most people didn't even say it. They buffed its damage, like its top end damage, from 200 something to 300 something. I forget the exact numbers. They made it shoot, I think it was 4 additional shards on hit. So it shoots like up to 11 shards now when it hits enemies. They increased the cone angle by 50%. So it sprays way more sideways, which is one of the like downsides it didn't have, or like Lightning Arrow kind of beat it in. It was like Lightning Arrow was better at clearing sideways. So now it shoots 50% wider, does more damage. Then they also buffed the shard damage. So the shards got, I think it was 40% more damage. Base projectile got like 16% more damage, and it fires in a bigger radius. It hits like a truck now. You can actually use it for bossing, which is the big thing. I remember the last time I did an Ice Shot build, I was using like Orb of Storms and cast on shock shenanigans, or like ball lightning, cast on shock, to make it boss. Do you just substitute for Rakiatas? Yeah, just use 30% cold pen gem. That'll always be the substitute for Rakiatas, just putting on cold pen. Not as good as Rakiatas, obviously, but also free versus I have no idea how much Rakiatas is divine wise in there right now. Ooh, hello.
Now this will come in handy.
It's 100 div. Jesus, dude. That's crazy. When I got mine to drop, it was 7. Yes. It was 7 divines when I got mine to drop. It's a currency hold. Why it's so much? What do you mean by that? The ball lightning craziness? Yup. That was crazy tech. Would you say, I mean, I probably guess the answer to this, but would you say the market is worse this league than last league? I missed all of point 3 because I was playing Borderlands. By far. Gotcha. I mean, I was much later, but I feel like I logged into point 3 to level up a character right at the end, and a div was like 2,000 exalts. I don't think that part of it's gotten too crazy, but it's also because people are printing divines.
Darkness descends, and with it, your end. The mists remain.
Didn't you start a new character? I did, but they weren't at the point of being able to farm temple. We've got 14 right now. Let's just get to 18. Also, my food's about to show up. For example, you get the lower tier rite of passage charms are like 15 to 20 divs right now. The lowest ones are like 150 div. At the end, because lack of players, fair. You just run Abyss unique tablets and farm Omen of Light from Void Moms. They'll sell like crazy because the Temple Runners aren't running Abyss. Omen's an Arbiter. Boom, 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 boom. All of these we haven't hit yet. This map might be my favorite map. Just wide open. So many enemies. Running breach on this, we can get the multi-breach. Oh, so nice. The spirit tank? What do you mean by that? All rares and don't do the abyss and make the abyss rares get possessed by the wisp, they drop more loot. Oh, that's what you mean by spirit tech. My brain was thinking like spirit as in like your gear spirit. I wish the like wisp spirit stuff felt better. I like don't really bother with it because like half the time I'm just like slowly following behind them, waiting for them to possess something, and I'm just like not killing things because I'm waiting for them to like possess. I don't know. I don't love it. What the heck is this thing? Have we not found this? Does this maybe not end immediately? Oh my goodness, it's right there. I didn't see it. Oh, and I think we hit it. I just didn't realize. Is this completed? I guess so. Oh, there it is. I think there was like one enemy hiding. Uno mas. My food just got here. No sleep till Brooklyn. Yes, sir. Gamers, we are actually gonna head out there when I go. I've been going to bed at like 5 a.m. every night. We're gonna try to go to bed a little earlier tonight. We're gonna go enjoy my food. And then probably put on a movie and fall asleep. GG's, good work on building out the temple. We'll finish this out tomorrow. To Brooklyn. Huge thanks if you stuck around from the Rax raid. That was very, very cool. Boom, 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 boom. We're gonna go raid. Who's on right now? We're gonna go raid Guy That Dies. He was the one whose video we were watching for how to speedrun the campaign. It was super, super cool content. All right. Good night, gamers. See you tomorrow. Peace.